is report writing. Dear friends, as I given the topic and I have gone through all the your topic which have already covered, and I found that you have definitely gained some skill from this workshop. Let me present my today's presentation. Wait a minute. Give me a second. Okay, is it visible?
Yes, sir, it is visible.
Yes, sir.
Yes. As all of you know, that research is one of the scientific way to do something in your interested topic or interested area. And the scientific word is very essential in the research. So you must follow all the techniques or all the methods in a scientific way. From the start of topic selection, that will not come to your mind in overnight. It will come from your study. It will come through your experience, and then you will try to satisfy your curiosity about that. And the research journey starts from your topic selection, definitely. And at the end of your research, the last stage of your research is the report writing. This is very, very essential. See, the development of human is based on that report writing. If the previous researcher or the person is not given their idea or their outcome through their report, then it will not, the other people or the future people or the next people who are interested in that area are not able to understand what has done at till now, and what are the gap between the between their mind and the existing literature. And for that, report writing is very important part. Definitely for research, we need certain type of skills, but to report writing, we need the skill which are different than the research. So the today's topic is very, very important. If you are not present in your research or your topic, then the ideas in your mind or the outcome of your research are not reached to the people who are interested in your study area. So today's discussion is, I have classified in 8 sections. The sections are very small in the PPT, but all sections are important. And at the end, we will discuss the questions. So first, we will understand what is report writing or the purpose of the report writing. There are certain type of report writing, and we are concentrating on technical reports, which is the long type of report, which is also known as a thesis. Then some characteristic of good research, component of the report writing, or what should be included in the report that we are going to discuss, and the definitely which are very important, that is bibliography and references. There is a spelling mistake in references, and at the end we will also discuss the plagiarism and how we will tackle this plagiarism during the submission of our report. And at the end, we will discuss we will have some questions. If you have any questions in your mind, I will try to address it. So what does mean by report writing? Definitely, report writing is a document which we are going to present. We are going to, it present the factual information which are based on your research or which you have already investigated. As I told you, research is start from the topic selection, and the end of the research is the presentation of your research or presentation of your work in the printed form or in the presentation of your research. So report form the basis. What basis it gives? It gives the solving problem and making decision. It gives idea to the people to make the decisions, and often related to your business and definitely for our sciences. So that document, research analyst data, is organized and presented by researcher. That word is very important. We need to present it data in a systematic manner. Definitely, as you discussed in previous lecture, the research must be done in a systematic way. It should be planned. So the report writing also must be done by a systematic manner, and that manner we are going to discuss today. It is a publication which comprises purpose of your research, scope, hypothesis, methodology, finding, limitation, recommendation, conclusion of the research product. What you have decided in the proposal. What you have decided in earlier. Amol, is this audible? Na? I am not able to see the screen. I actually I am only looking my presentation. I don't know how it will be connect to your presentation.
Sir,
Yes, sir,
your-
audible. It is audible.
Yes. If anything is there, please let me know. Huh? Okay.
Yes, sir, definitely.
And the length of the report writing is varies. It depends upon your object, and it depends upon to whom you are going to submit. So generally in report, we include what you did from the topic selection. What you did means your selection of the topic, then your study area, then the historical background of your research. Then you mention why you did. It must be include the why you did.
So
Pardon?
you are on first slide. We are on first slide only. I can see your only first slide. That is report writing. Are the slides moving?
No, yes, what is report writing is there, na, right?
So we can't see that slide. What is report writing? We are only on the
सर
first
स्लाइड मूव होत नाहीये. प्रेझेंटेशन मोड ऑन केलं तर बरं होईल सर. हे खाली प्रेझेंटेशन मोड तिकडनं का?
Actually, wait.
Yes, sir. Now we can see what is report writing. Now we can see.
Wait. Now you write it. You are able to see the report writing, right? Wait. Actually, Pratik, I am not able to present here. Presentation mode here. What should I do?
Sir, can you send?
Can you share PPT
Yes,
presentation?
definitely. Let me share
We
you.
will operate from here.
Okay. I will mail
Yeah.
you. Okay, I will mail you. It is Pratik, na? Pratik, what is your mail ID?
pratik.pratik17@gmail.com, sir.
Pratik dot no. So Pratik PRTIK, na, right?
Yes, PRATI, pratik.pratik17@gmail.com.
17@gmail.com, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I have mailed it. Okay. Till that we can discuss the things. In report writing, we must include something that why the question why is very important in during the research. Pratik, did you get the mail?
Yes, sir. Just a minute.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So why question from the topic selection to the report writing, we should ask why to each and every activity. So that will help us to how to go further and how to maintain the flow of your research. That why question from the topic selection, why you are selecting this topic, the why question, why this methodology you are going to use, the why question, why you are explaining or why you are mentioning, why you are including such topic or the such table or such reference or such site.
Yes, Gitanjali ma'am.
Yes, Nitin.
Hello.
Sir, now screen is visible.
No, it is not visible to me. Yes, now it is visible.
Okay.
Can we have the presentation mode? Is it possible?
Just a minute.
Okay, no problem. That type of presentation I also can do. No problem. You just do one thing for me. You just go further when I ask you. Right, Pradeep? Technology help us,
Sir, yes.
but sometimes technology create the problem. Yes, go further. Okay, yes, that I need. So you can see the picture in the right side that we mentioned that you need to include what you did in during the research that has to be included in your report writing. It is the initial stages. Why you did means the significance of your research has to be included in the report writing. Definitely, how lengthy you should include these things as depend upon the which type of report you are writing. So during the type of report writing, I will discuss this thing in detail. Then how you did, then that means your methodology, your selection of different tools has to be mentioned in your report writing, and what you found, outcome of your research has to be mentioned. That is very important thing which has to be included. And in your report writing, contribution to your body, to the body of knowledge, what you have contributed. Not it is not always you contribute your knowledge, but definitely sometimes you add some knowledge in your research or your subject area, but sometimes you apply the available knowledge to handle the present situation, to handle the problems or handle the social phenomena. That has to be included in your report writing. And definitely every research, and especially in the social science, we have some limitations, and that limitation has to be mentioned in your report writing. And the future scope, that the research is never ending process. So the further research, what can be the further researcher can include in your research, that has to be mentioned. So that is the report writing. Report writing means the journey, your research journey has to be mentioned in the report in a systematic manner, in a following the scientific methods to include all these things which you have done in your journey. Next slide, please, Pratik. So people is asking, the screen is not visible. Am I audible?
Sir, you are audible and screen are visible, sir.
Okay.
Screen are also
So,
visible.
okay.
Some network
So,
issue.
okay, network issue can be there. So actually, research is an essential cooperative venture. So that means the research has been done through the various group of people or group of things. It is not the individual venture. It should be cooperative venture, and it is very essential that every investigator, other researcher who are interested in your study area should know what other people has found during their research, and that has to be given to the others for two purposes. One, they must add these things. They should avoid the wasting the time and money by through your report, through your research. And the second thing, they must validate your outcomes, and that is done after your report writing. They should validate, they should test, or they should take the empirical study of your research outcome, and then they will come to know your research is go through proper way or not, and that is come to the that is the purpose of report. So some purpose of report has display in the pictorial form, that dissipation of knowledge. If you are not presented your knowledge, that should be the wastage of people of other. And that if you are present your report, if you present your research properly, then people will start further from the end of your research, and that will save the time and money of the people definitely, and that is also increase the knowledge. Then it broadcasting the generalization. The outcome of your research should be generalized. It should be known by the all people who are interested or who can be benefited from your outcomes. It should be propagated. It should be spread. Knowledge should be spread among all the people who can be benefited, who are interested in your study area, and that is the purpose of your report writing. And then at the end, we can say the comprehensive and application-based learning for the academician. And when we study at the graduate and undergraduate level, so what theory we learn in economics, that has come through the research. So that develop in the academician the application-based mind, and they can use this research for the problem solving in their daily life, or in their social phenomena, or for the policy making of the policymakers. Next slide, please. Next, we will discuss the types of report writing. These are the types of report writing: technical reports, popular reports, internal reports. As I told you, the types are based on the to whom you are submitting your report, what are the purpose of your report, what you have included in your report. And on the basis of that, the report writing are classified in these categories: that technical report, which is generally known as a thesis, long type report is there, popular report, interim report, summary report, research abstract, research article, contextual report, project report, evaluation report, annual report. Let's discuss one by one to each type of report. The technical report. Next slide, Pradeep, please. The technical report is generally a long type of report, and which is also known as a thesis of PhD. Pradeep, next slide, please. And you know that the technical report must include all the technicalities, all the methods, all the techniques you have used in your research. It should be mentioned detail of all the things which you have done during the research journey. And it is comprehensive full report. As I told you, it is also known as a thesis, and which is for the, especially for the academic community, the people who are doing the MPhil or project report during the MA, thesis for PhD, and the postdoc report. Even though it include all the process of research, that include statement of problem, objectives of your research, method, technique use, sampling, that is very important part, and it should be included. See, some report does not have details your methods. It is considered that some report consider that the reader, the targeted reader, knows all the things. So that has not included in your report. But technical report include all the minor parts of your research that are that guide the people who are interested, who are aware about the research, and not only that, the people who are don't aware the. So that technical report guides the people who interested in the research, how to do the research, how to include the things, how to sample, how to do all the things in the research, that include in the technical report. Okay. Next slide. That is, I think the next is the summary report. Next type of report writing is popular report. So popular report, which includes, it generally popular report is for the people, non-technical people who are not in the academician, or they are only interested in the outcome of your research, or they are not going to discuss all the technicalities of your research. They are not interested, so they are not concerned about that methodology and all this. And this writing is based maybe more journalistic, and they have some liberal way to express your it gives some liberal it has a liberal method to present your report. So that is for the executive, administrative, and other non-technical user. Maybe in your today's lecture, the people like that are not present, but this report is very important. If you have got something for the general people, you can write this type of report for the people who are non-technical, but that part is important to aware the people or to make the awareness about something among the people. So for that, you must use the popular report. Next report, that is the summary report, interim report, and that interim report is used for the Pratik, next slide. Interim report is used for the project or the research which takes long time, and for the long time, hello, yes, Amol.
Sir, actually, some network issue. Slide will be late. Few.
No problem. No problem. I handle the things. No problem.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thanks for the audience. They are bearing our technical problem. So the next type of research is interim report. If your research take too long time, then in between it can be happen. The interest may go away in the researcher as well as the sponsorer, especially for the sponsor. So to include their or to continue their interest in the report, we should present an interim report which give idea what you have did till today and what were the outcome of that, and what we are going to add in the research. So that you are eventually, it will help to maintain the source of sponsors that helps your research to be continued for the long term. So that is the interim report. It covers only that part which you have did till now. It only covers this part which you have did till now, but the research has not over in the interim report. The research will come to the end at the end of your technical report only. Okay. So next slide is next type of report is summary report. Summary report gives the idea about your research. It is close to the synopsis of abstract. We can say it again in the summary report. The reader are not interested in your methodology and all these things. They are only interested in your outcomes, and that are the concern part of them. So in the summary report is generally prepared for the consumption of lay audience, or we can say the general people. So the presentation of this type of report is desirable for any study whose findings are of general interest. So let's have an example. We can have the example of people. So so we can have some socio-economic problem. The agriculture policy, which are interested to the farmers, and the farmers can read it. But when we present the technical report then they are not interested, and when they cannot understand the technicality of that report. But if you present the summary in the form of their interest, and we will take some liberation, then it will be help to the people, and it will also help to us. Our motto is what? Our aim of research is to reach the people, to handle the socio-economic problem of the general people. So it has to be reach them. So summary report help us to reach them. It just contain a brief reference of to the objective of study, its major finding and their implication. As I earlier told, it do not concern with the methodology. Definitely, to prepare report, you must do the research in the proper scientific methodology. That doesn't mean you don't follow the scientific methodology. In a summary report or all the report, you must follow all the technicalities, all the process, scientific process. But while presenting your summary report, you should take some liberality and you present your outcomes in a proper manner, which can be interested for the general people. It is a short report. It should be include 2 or 3 pages, and even this can be published in the publication which are easily available the people. That is the newspaper and all these things. So that is the summary report. The next one, which is the interested part for us, that is the research abstract. And research abstract, this is the short summary of your technical report. As I told you, it is a short report of your thesis. What it, why it is there and how it helps you. It is there to the people to know that are this your research are in the part of their interest area or not. They will found through your abstract. It includes your presentation. It includes your statement of problem, objective, methods, and techniques which you have used in the abstract, which you are using in your research, and overview of the report in the short form. So after reading this, the examiner, let have examiner of the PhD thesis, he come to know, is it interested for me? Am I authority to evaluate these things or not? And that will, so whenever you prepare your abstract, keep in your mind that the abstract is going to the examiner, and who are give the consent to your evaluation of your thesis after looking the abstract, after comparing the outcome of abstract and their expertise. So these things should be keep in your mind, that abstract should be like this, that the people easily understand the interested area or the study area which you are deal in your research. So that is the research abstract. Then the next thing is the research article. See, sometime in the technical report or in the research, we deal with the various aspects of the problem, and all people are not interested in all the aspect of your research. So some people need some only single or one part, one aspect of your research they are interested. And if you are come together, if you are present all the data together, then it can be happen that it can be skipped from the interested people. So to selecting us one aspect and present in a paper form or in a research article form, that helps the people to understand that aspect only, because they are interested only that aspect. So this is a research article. So that means in your research thesis, which include the very broad area, if you found something special in a particular aspect that has to be known by the people who are related to that aspect, then you should prepare a research article, and that article is the independently discuss the different aspect of your technical research or the technical report, right? So research article must be clearly written. See, it should be very clear that your research article read by the people who have authority or who have done something in your research area. So they will very critically go through your research paper or research article. So it should be concise. It should not use ambiguous language. It must be organized in a logical way. Definitely, it should not be the lengthy as lengthy the technical report is, but it should be logical organization. Flow should be there. Progressive form should be there. It should be start from the statement of problem or the significance of your research, and it should aid with the conclusion, findings, and recommendation. So it should be included in your research article, which is helpful for the academician, which should be helpful for the researcher of your study area. Then the next one, we can have the contractual report. The contractual report are primarily required for the accountability and performance assessment purpose. And the key purpose of performance reporting and monitoring is keep people focus on desired change. If you are giving some target or goal to the people, then you should prepare a report, and that report is for that goal only. That contract, your contract is that goal only. So the people will be motivated, and they will focus on their target, and their performance will be increased. So that contextual report help us to increase our performance or to get the target. The next one is the project report. Definitely, we will sponsor various projects by various sponsoring agency, and at the completion of your report, you should submit your project, and then the project report will be prepared to assess the quality and importance of your project. And definitely, project will be done through the scientific way, and it is also the research, and that the report, progress report, evaluate it, assess the quality of your research and the importance, and it is also include all those ways, and it focus on your methodology. Are you follow the scientific methodology? Are you include some another methodology? But it is also it is the scientific way, scientific. So it assess your quality and importance and outcomes of your research. So reader agree with your conclusion or recommendation is based on your project report. If project report is positive, it gives green signal that you have included all the things, then definitely it is the conclusion and recommendation are accepted by the evaluation agency. The next one is evaluation report. It evaluate your research, normally prepare for the midpoint and at the end of your project. So it evaluate what you have done or what you have proposed. Are you doing the same way? If you are change something, are you justify it? That has been evaluated in your report. And the generally it cover most, if not evaluated indicators, including relevance, efficiency, effectiveness of your research, impact, and sustainability of your project. So these are included in the evaluation report. The next one is annual report. Definitely, as name suggests, it is an annual report, and it includes it evaluate or it includes the performance of the 1 year of a business or a company. So in annual report, it mostly used for the business purpose. It mostly used for the organization to reach their people, to showcase their achievements, they showcase their goals, the showcase what they are going to provide to the general people, and it is also give the some evidence of their financial stability and all these things which they are going to include. And this is used for the purpose of the business and organization. Definitely, it is not only for the commercial business, it is also for the organization who work in the social organization, such as the educational institute or the health institute. They are also prepare their annual report, and they provide the evidence to the general people of their stability and their achievements and what they are going to provide. So these are the types, and we are interested in the thesis. I think so. The people who are participating in the today's lecture, they are mostly from the postdoc or the PhD area. So technical report and the research article are our concern part. And definitely in the next lecture, you are going to discuss the paper writing, how to write the paper. Today, we will discuss the technical report, that is thesis. And in this thesis, now we are going to discuss the next thing, that is the characteristic of good research. Good research writing or report writing. What should be included in the report writing? That has to be, if these part are included in your report writing, then we can say your research report is good. So this should be included, that your report writing, the word, the things which you are included in your report writing should be clear. What it should be clear? What, why, who, whom, when, where, how. This question has to be answered. What you are did, why you are did, who you are, for who you are did, whom will be benefited, when means the place, the geographical location, where the period you have to be mentioned, and how that methodology has to be clearly mentioned. Sometimes we will find, you must be agree, some people, when we find some research paper, they are very good in manner, and they are very helpful to us, but some methodology they have used are not clearly mentioned. So it is very difficult to us to understand what methodology they are used, means the technical terms, how they are used. Some paper maybe you find some difficulty. So in thesis, you should be clearly mentioned, and in a simple language, in a clear manner, you should be mentioned all the things. So the non-technical people should also understand what you have did. The length of the report is depend on what object you have. If it is thesis, then it should be little bit lengthy, and if you article or it is a popular report, then it should be short. But it should be much lengthier, which cover all the subject matter, and it should be the length should be that smaller that reader should be keep their interest in the topic. So that has to be your mind. Then clear thinking, logical organization, and sound interpretation should be there. So actually, when we start the research had already in your mind what we are going to do. And even sometimes we have in your mind that what should our outcomes. Research is just the validation of your thinking, right? So the thinking should be there in your mind, and that thinking should be clear. And that is not necessary that what you are thinking is the correct. The research data which you have collected that tell you that are your thinking is a right way, or you should be change your thinking. That gives, but that thinking should be written in a clear manner. The organization of data, the organization of your outcomes should be in a logical manner. It should be flow. There should be a proper flow to mention it. It should start from the significance of your research, the selection of problem, and the end is your conclusion. And that should be in a logical organization. Even within a chapter, when we chapterize our report, then that chapter should be have some proper flow, that proper logical organization. And definitely interpretation should be sound. The universal truth or the visible thing should not be emphasized more. Behind the text or behind the table or behind the data, what you have found, that has to be emphasized in your interpretation. Then sustain the reader interest, how you can sustain the interest, and that is the skill of the researcher to maintain the interest of the people throughout complete the research report. That means you should be go through the one by one methods till the conclusion. The reader should not get the conclusion in the initial stage only. The accuracy should be there. Yes, definitely. The ambiguous should not be included in the research. The research should be accurate. It should be perfect. It should be defined. It should not include the ambiguous things or undefined things in your research. Clarity of your all concept terms should be included in the report writing. Coherence should be there. The different variables, how they are correlated to each other, and there has to be included in your report writing. Readability, sometimes you use very what we can say, that the huge words or the concepts or the terminology that is not able, that is not reached to the readers. So your research should be in a simple way that the readers should understand, that they should be read easily. And definitely in India, we deal with different languages, that is local languages and the international language. Mostly we prefer the English language, and during that we should use proper composition practices. That best composition practices, proper paragraphing should be there, short sentence should not be very lengthy. It should be, if the words are more than 40, then it should be divided in 2 statements. Illustration is proper, example should be given proper way, section heading should be given, use of chart, graph, diagram. There are different type of charts, graph, diagrams, but it should be know how, where, and why should which graph, table, or diagram should we use. That has to be mentioned in your research. That has to be keep in your mind while writing the report. Drawing sound inference and conclusion. these conclusion or inference, especially inference, should be based on technical ground. It is difficult to have the technical or some tools which use for the social science for inference for always. Not it is sometimes difficult, but try to have some unbiased tools to inference your outcomes. And that fortunately in economics, I think most of the people from economics, fortunately economics, we have such type of tools which inference unbiasedly. So this inference should be sound, and your inclusion is also sound. And at the end, references, we are discussing this references and bibliography later. The referencing and bibliography is necessary. You should be give the credit. See, as I told earlier, the research topic and the methodology or the things which are not come in our mind overnight, right? We should get it get from the in the reading or for the experience. So someone has to read it already, and we read it, we understand it, and then we come to know there is a gap. Then we come to know there is a something. And if you are not authority to direct mention something, you should be give references. You should be use the literature which is already accepted. And when you use these things, when you use this some literature, data, or understand some things from some books or some references, sources, then you should give the credit to that author who have did it. And that is very essential in the it is the scientific way, it is the science to mention it, it is ethical practice to give the credit to each and everyone. Then drawing sound inference and conclusion, repeat this part, free from the mistake of all type. Here the mistakes, typological mistakes can be there. The error, non-statistical error should be there. If you are mentioning a figure, let's give an example. If I told if I am interested to write 46 students are there, and instead of 46, by mistakenly I write, it could be happen, I write 64. So that type of mistakes will be your conclusion will be affected by this mistake. So your outcomes will be affected by this mistake. So try to identify these mistakes, and again, see, in report writing, you should read it again and again and find the mistakes till you come to conclude that there is no mistake in your report writing. Then you start, and then you stop and submit your report. So it should be revision and revision and revision again and again and again. It should be there in report writing. At the initial level, you should have more and more revisions, but at the end, after the practice, you will come to know, and your mistakes will be down, and your revision will be minimum. So these are the character of good research. Now we are discussing the part of the your research report. So generally, your research report, when you present it, when you write it, when you publish it, it has mostly 3 parts. So first part is prefatory items. We are discussing the technical research report writing. So the technical report writing have the 3 parts. First is the prefatory items, then text or body of main text or body of your report, and last one is the terminal items. And these are presented in front of you. The prefatory items, which includes black sheet, title page, title page should cover your title of your topic, the institute, the name of institute where you are going to submit your report, then the name of sponsor, if any. Then it should be include the period of your submission or duration of your research, or the period when you are submitting your report. Then the name of your guide, if any, and then the proper name of the researcher, it should be included in your title page. Then approval sheet, if any, if you have got any approval of project or the topic approval, then it should be included in the prefatory items. It depends. it depends on the institute where you are where you are going to submit the requirement of that institute. Explain what you need. Then dedication, if any. Researcher declaration. The researcher declaration is very important. Researcher should declare that he has mentioned all the sources from where he has collected the data. One thing. Second thing, the researcher has to be declared he has not submitted this report previously in any other institute for any purpose. So duplication is not there. It has to be declared by the researcher. Preface or acknowledgement has to be mentioned. As I earlier told you, the research is cooperative event. So you have taken the cooperation from different institute, person, individuals, or group of people. So sometimes you give reference and bibliography to acknowledge them, but some people or some institute are there who are not mentioned in the bibliography, and you should be acknowledged them in this page. Then table and content, acknowledge should be 1 or 2 page. Table of content must be there. Table of content should be arranged in this matter, so the person, the reader, able to find your, they must be able to find the interested chapter, interested point of your research. So it should be include the proper title of your chapters, the location of your that subtitle, that topic, that chapter, location of that chapter should be known through the table of content. Then list of table, the tabular form data which you have presented in tabular form should be given there, and also it should be given the location of table form tables. Then same thing for the list of graph, charts, and figures which you have given in your report has to be mentioned at the prefactory items with their location. Location means at which page where it has been located. That has to be given in your prefactory items. List of cases, if any, you have if you have case studies, then you need to give the list of cases which you have included in your report, right? In your report. And yes, abstract and highlights of your research. We can mention, we can say it as a pre-synopsis, pre-submission synopsis. That is abstract. We need to give here. It is optional, and again, it is dependent on the institute where you are going to submit. The main part of this research report is second part, that is text or body. The text and body has included the chapters, means that text at the body or your overall research from the topic selection to the at the end of conclusion, that classify in the different chapters. And chapter number should be odd number. It should be 3, 5, 7, 9, like this. So the first chapter, which includes the introduction, historical background of your theoretical background of your research concern area, that has been included in introduction. Chapter number 2 to N. N means it can be 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, anything. It should be present and the description of evidence. That means the data which you have collected, the methods which you have included, the study area. In social science, we have the different impact of socio-economic or the political and historical background on your study area or your research problem. So it should be mentioned which type of socio-economical, historical background of the study area. That is included in the one of the chapter. Methodology, how you collect the data, which type of sampling you have used. Are you go through the sample or census? So why such type of sampling method have you used? Then the data collection method has to be included in this, and then the description of evidence. That means interpretation and analysis of data. And the last chapter, which is N+1, in summary, conclusion, and recommendation has to be included in the last chapter. And that summary, conclusion, recommendation must be based on your interpretation, and your interpretation must be according to your objective and hypothesis. So this flow should be covered by the researcher. Definitely, other than that, you can include which you suppose to be included and which are important, but doing these other things, you should not forget the main things, that your objective and objective has to be fulfilled, and that should be presented in your report, and your hypothesis should be very validated, and that has to be included in your report. That is very important part. Sometimes we forget these things. The report, objective, hypothesis gives ideas what type of analysis or interpretation we need, and the interpretation analysis gives idea of to the findings, conclusion, and recommendation accordingly. And the last part of the research report is terminal items, which includes appendix. Appendix includes the, suppose you have collected the data from one report which are very lengthy, but it should be included in the reports, but it should not be included in tests. It should be included in the end of the your report, and which is known as a terminal items. That is appendix. Glossary. Glossary means a mini dictionary. Sometimes you use the difficult terms, technologies, concept in your research, and that has been included in glossary. You should explain it properly as in the glossary. Bibliography, we will deal it after this. Index, if you are have some index, then you include it in this, and black sheet at the end. This is the structure of research report. I request all the listener, if you have any doubt regarding this, keep in your mind or write somewhere. We will discuss it at the end. I will try to address it. The next, we have discussed it, the text or body. Normally it has three parts: introduction, description, and discussion of evidence. Then findings, the summary, conclusion, and recommendation. What should included? It should include significance and justification of the topic, theoretical background of the topic, as I have told you, statement of problem, review of literature, objective of the study, hypothesis to be tested. You should be test here. Definition of special items, concept, unit of the study, scope of the study, geographical scope should be mentioned, and geographical area is very important. It should be mentioned because your conclusion should not be applicable to all over, except the area which has the same geographical location of your study area. So period of study should be mentioned. Source of data, which type of source are you going to use, primary, secondary, or both, should be mentioned. After selection, the source of data, which method are you going to collect the data from different sources? Are you going to take the interview? Are you going to take the share the questionnaire, or are you going to use the schedule? Which type of tools you are using for the collect the data from the primary source has to be mentioned. Are you going to collect the data from sample or census? If census is then no problem. But if you are going to use the sampling, then you need to mention the sampling design in a proper way. See, in all this point, in all this aspect, you should ask why. For example, if you are using particular, let's have the non-probability method, that is the snowball method you are going to use in your research, then you give the reason why you are going to use the snowball method only. There are a lot of methods why you are using this. That has to be mentioned. This answer should be given in your report writing. Then data collection instrument which you have used, field work, how the plan of field work should be given there. Data processing and analysis plan, the tools which you are using for data processing. Are you presenting your data in tabular form, graph, pictures, maps? What you use has to be mentioned there. If you are using equations, if you are using correlation, variance, covariance, regression, ANOVA analysis, what you are using for data processing should be mentioned here, and it should be clearly defined. Limitation of the study, every research has the limitation, and that limitation has to be mentioned in your study. And at the end, an overview of your report, that is the chapter plan. Chapter plan should be ready, and that chapter plan must say what you are going to include in each chapter. So that chapter guide you which part of your research has been included in the research. Then come to the referencing, which is very, very essential part. For the people who are doing the research first time, they must know about the plagiarism. If you are not giving the credit to the author, then your research will be considered as a your research has a plagiarism, and it is not ethically good. So you should be mentioned, and in the bibliography, if you are using the book, then you should mention the name of author, title of the book, place of publication, publisher, who is the publisher, date of publication, and date of issue. If the edition is there, it should be also included in the your bibliography. If you are using magazine or newspaper, we have some examples of that in APA format, and that we are going to mention there. So magazine and newspaper, if you are using, then again you need to mention the authors, name of authors, title of article within quotation mark. Quotation mark, you must understand where should use the quotation mark, and single quotation and double quotation marks. It has the meaning, and your report writing, during the report writing, it is very, very important to use these tactics or use these techniques carefully. Then title of the magazine, volume number, serial number, and the date of issue should be included in your bibliography. See, there most of the time we will confuse between bibliography and references. In article report, article writing, we use references mostly instead of bibliography. References means the sources which you have from where you have collected the data or statement or something, and it has given in the your report. And bibliography means something which you have used. Bibliography means something which you have used. Pratik, next slide, please. In a bibliography means that you have using some sources. You have collected, you have taken the information from there, or you understand the concept from there, and it has not been cited in the text. Then it should be included in a bibliography. Suppose I have some doubt regarding the sampling methods, and I have used some book. Let's have the book of Kothari's research methodology, and I understand what sampling techniques are there and which is useful for me. See, I have not collected any data, so I have not cite the Kothari's book, but I have collected. I understand the method to sampling method. Then it should be in a bibliography. It should be mentioned in the bibliography. Right, so that is the difference between the references and the bibliography. Only content sources you have directly cited in your paper are known as the references, and bibliography consists all the sources that you have used for your paper in addition to your report, in addition to the sources cited in the paper. So there are some styles to write the bibliography, and we have some names of these styles. So these are the styles. APA styles, American Psychological Association, which is mostly used for the education, psychology, and science purposes. Modern Language Association style is used by the humanities people. Chicago. Turabian style is generally used by business, history, and the fine arts. So there are more type of styles, bibliography styles. And you must contact your professor. You must discuss your professor or your guide which type of style should be used in your report. And it has some which it depends. If you are if you are doing the research in a language, so then you should go for the MLA methods. If you are preparing your report for business, if you are preparing your, if you are doing the historical study, then you should go for Chicago. And if you are doing the research in science or the psychology or education or economics, you should use the APA, American Psychological Association. Let's have some examples. Next slide, Pratik, please. I have example of APA, American Psychological Association, and how to cite and how to give the bibliography of that has been shown in you. remember there are different styles to cite your references in test, that the last name of the author and the year as mentioned here. Sometimes you can give the numbers, superscript numbers to the text, and at the end of the chapter you will arrange your references in that number only, accordingly that number only. And sometimes you can use the footnotes. So you give number and use the footnotes in the end of the pages. You should not include, you can or you cannot include the references at the end of the chapter if you're using the footnotes. Nowadays footnotes are not popularly used, but the citation, especially not numbering, but the last name of the author and the year of publication has been used in the research. So if you are using book as a reference, then you should mention the last name, comma, the year of publication in the bracket at the end of the data which you have collected. For example, if you have collected one statement, at the end of statement, you should include the last name of the author and first author, last name of first author, comma, and the year of publication in the bracket. And if you are using this type of in-test citation at the end of chapter, you should arrange all your references in a bibliography in a alphabetically manner. And it should be include the name of the authors in bracket, year of the publication, then the title of the book, and then the name of the publication, year of that place of the publication, that has to be included. So this is the things. If you are using, mostly we use electronic journal for article, then you should give the DOI, that is the date of initiation, that has to be given there. And sometimes if DOI is not there, then the address, web address should be pasted there. It directly gives the access to the evaluator. Is the data, they can validate your data from the actual original source. So these are the ways to represent your references and bibliography. It is very important. See, if you are not mentioning any reference and if you are using the data, then it should be known as you are stealing the data. So don't have this tag on your name. You should give the credit to all the authors by using the proper referencing style. Sometimes a book and the journal has mentioned their referencing style, then you can copy it and paste in your report writing. See, there are various technologies which helps you to prepare the references in test citation and bibliography. And if you are technological good, if you are sound in technology, then you can use it, and it will help to prepare a presentive or attractive report. So now come to last point, that is the plagiarism. We are concerned with this. If you are properly mentioning your references, then your plagiarism, you avoid the plagiarism. And definitely in the thesis, at the submission of thesis in the institution, we should provide the plagiarism report, and plagiarism should not be more than 10%. So how we can avoid this plagiarism? So these are some techniques given in the right side. So first, understand what does mean plagiarism. Means using someone else's words, ideas, without properly crediting the original author. See, you are not using the same words. You are rephrasing the words, but still you need to mention the original author. Sometimes we did this. We take some statement from one book and then rephrase it and then mention it, and we are not giving the credit to the authors, or we are not cite it. It is known as a stealing someone's works. So you should be properly mention or you should give the credit to the original author. Sometimes it will happen accidentally, deliberately, but sometimes it will be accidentally. So because of the carelessness or forgetfulness, we will forget the mentioning the name of the author. So when you write an academic paper, you build upon the work and of others, and definitely use various credible sources. It is not the wrong. You can use as many as resources for your report writing or your research. It is very good thing if you are using more and more references that gives the evidence to your report writing. It increases the weightage of your report, your research. So it is good thing to use the references, but it should be clearly mentioned. To avoid the plagiarism, you can correctly incorporate these sources into your text. That keep track of sources. Compile a list of as you go from the start of your research. Whatever you have used, mention. You prepare a list with the page number and the other details. Prepare a list in a simultaneously prepare a list. Be organized. Label ideas and corresponding sources. If possible, use primary sources. If you are using primary sources, then there is no issue of plagiarism, because primary sources you have collected the first time. So there is no issue of plagiarism. Quote and paraphrase correctly. Fully rewrite the sources text when you paraphrase it. Use quotation marks for quotes, double quotation, and if you are using the if you wish to emphasize any word or the statement within the quotation, then use the single quotation mark. Always add a correct citation. Don't take information out of the context. Add correct citation. Use a plagiarism checker. Before submitting, use the plagiarism checker and correct it. Preface it. There are various tools which helps you. Nowadays, AI will very helpful for that. You take the consult. You consult your professor guide and then do it in a proper way. This is the checklist. I am not going to discuss this checklist. If you follow this checklist, you will find the less and less errors in your report writing, and you will prepare a good report. Something as I discussed, I supposed to be discussed. That's while using table, graphs. First, you understand which type of tables are there. Table should be self-explained. Table or graph or map or the chart should be self-explained. It should not needed to the explain always, right? Table should not be the text should not be the presentation of your table. Duplication should be avoided, but definitely some highlights of the table, graph, chart should be mentioned in your text. The title of every table should have the labels or the name, that is the table 1, 2, 3. Number should be given. Title should be in a proper way. Unit, measurement unit has to be mentioned in the title. Every rows and columns has the titles, proper titles. Explanation which you have given in the table should be given in the note. Source has been given at the end of the table. But while presenting the chart, graph, map, your title should be after the chart, graph, map. And every axis should be properly labeled. The dependent variable should be on a vertical axis. And these common things, your line should be proper mentioned, label. All things should be labeled. That means your table, your graph, your map should be self-explained, and do not repeat all the things of your table, graph, table in the text. Only highlights of the table should be given. Your statement should not be start from the numbers. It should be start. If it is very essential to mention the number at the start, then instead of the numbers, use the word form of the numbers, and that is, for example, 20. So write TWENTY 20. It should be good. So these are the common things which you can use in your report writing. These are some references for further understanding. You can use it. This is only the few names are there. You can use other than that, which are available in the market. Thank you very much. I thanks the PD Ramkrishna More College. I am here. I'm stopping my presentation here, and I am available for the questioning. If you have any question, feel free to ask. If I am able to answer this question right now, then I will definitely help you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Any question, participation? Any question? Yeah, any doubts? Oh, no, sir. No, any doubts?
Yes, sir. Archana Singh is mentioning yes, sir. Yes, Archana, Aradhana Singh.
Aradhana ma'am, any doubts?
Unmute yourself and ask, please.
Hello, sir.
Okay, I am unable. Yes.
Thank you, sir, for giving us the valuable information for report writing. Sir, I need to ask that we need to present the summary report for before submitting the thesis. So, what are the basic requirements for the summary report? What are the things we need to mention? Just now you have explained the report that all things we need to mention in the summary report.
No, see, in the summary report, I have already mentioned you should be clearly mention the statement of your research. Summary report, if I am understanding your question, then you are talking about the synopsis, submission
No,
synopsis,
sir.
right? Abstract.
No, sir.
Then?
No, sir. I'm not talking about synopsis. Means I have already submitted my synopsis. I'm asking about summary report before submission, final submission of thesis. What kind of report we need to submit?
So, from which university you are doing your research?
In commerce subject.
Okay. See, in your summary report, you should include the that outcome of your research, and it is based on that only. Definitely, you should mention the significance and the statement of your problem, but it should not mention all the technicalities. It should be include the highlights of your outcomes that has to be included in your research summary, and it should be 2-3 pages only.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Right.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Respected Dr. Nitin Ade, sir. On behalf of Professor Ramkrishna More, Arts, Commerce, and Science.
Amol, 1 second. Someone has asked about the difference between references and bibliography. It is very clearly mentioned in my presentation. I will share with Amol sir, and you can go through it. If you still have any problem, I have a number with Amol sir and Pratik sir and all the faculties of the Ramkrishna More College. You can contact to me.
Sir, Gurmeet Singh is asked the question. They explain the difference between the reference and
that I am talking. See, the references mean the sources which you have already collect the data, and it has been cited in your report writing. But the bibliography, in bibliography, you include all the references, and also you include these sources which you have used for your research, for understanding or for anything, but you have not cited in the text that has been mentioned in your bibliography. I give an example. Suppose I have used one book for the understanding what is meaning by the chi-square test, and I use it, but I have not cited the chi-square, that the source from where I understand what is chi-square test. Then the book name or the author name or the paper name which has explanation of the chi-square test should be included in the bibliography, not in the references. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Vote of thanks.
Thank you. Okay, Preeti Rani. Yes. Yes.
जैसे हम कोई जर्नल या कोई प्राइमरी रिसर्च में पढ़ते हैं, तो उसमें किसी ने अगर कोठारी वाला जो बुक है उससे कोई स्टेटमेंट उठा के लिखा हो अपने रिसर्च के अंदर, तो उसको कैसे
Yes.
हम लोग लिख सकते हैं सर?
अगर आप स्टेटमेंट ले रहे हैं तो आप उसे टेक्स्ट में साइट कीजिए एंड इट शुड बी इंक्लूडेड इन द रेफरेंसेस। अगर आप सिर्फ उसको समझ रहे हैं लेकिन उसका टेस्ट स्टेटमेंट नहीं ले रहे हैं तो इट शुड नॉट बी इंक्लूडेड इन रेफरेंसेस, इट शुड बी इंक्लूडेड इन बिब्लियोग्राफी।
सर तो इसमें जो जिस जनरल को हमने
पढ़ा है, अगर जर्नल को कोई
नाम भी आना चाहिए और कोठारी
जी जी जी, मान लीजिए आप कोई रेफरेंस यूज करते हैं टू अंडरस्टैंड व्हाट इज द टाइप्स ऑफ पॉवर्टी, right? So you just use
Yes,
that
sir.
book, you understand the concept, and that's it. Now, after knowing the poverty, you wish to understand what type of poverty or what is the trend in the poverty of state of Maharashtra. Then you have already understand the concept of poverty, right? And now you have collected the data for Maharashtra from one government report. Then that government report should be included in reference, but that book which you have used for the understanding, जिसे आपने प्रयोग किया है कि पॉवर्टी क्या है ये समझने के लिए, तो इट शुड बी इंक्लूडेड इन अ बिब्लियोग्राफी।
ओके सर, थैंक यू सर।
थैंक यू।
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much
Thank you. Thank
for
you.
wonderful session. Now, vote of thanks. Respected Dr. Nitin Ade, sir, on the behalf of Professor Ramkrishna More, Arts, Commerce and Science College, Akurdi, Pune, I extend my heartful gratitude to you for your valuable contribution to the 10 days National Online Capacity Building Program on research methodology, the magic of the statistic. Sir, Dr. Nitin, sir, your enlightening session not only enriching understanding of research methodology, but also uh, in creative the world of statistics. Your expertise, your passion, your dedication to the subject we are evidence through the program, living in the mark of the all participation. We would like to express our sincere appreciation for your willingness to share your knowledge, experience, and expert, for your engaging participation, interactive discussion, particular practical insights, undoubtable inspiration, and practice to approach of research in your perspective. We are also knowledge to provide the play ICSCR sponsored by this program, make it possible as benefit to the wealth knowledge that brought to the session. Once again, thank you, Dr. Nitin Ade, sir, for your
you, sir.
commitment of your education and research. Your contribution has significantly enhanced the quality of this capacity building program, and we truly grateful the opportunity to learn for your wealth of experience, sir. We look to forward contribution actions to idea and knowledge in the future, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you for wonderful session. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you for all.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Now second session will be start. Just 2 minutes. All participation, please off your camera. Welcome, sir. Biradar, sir, welcome to 10 days online capacity building program. Biradar, sir.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir. Amol, sir. Good afternoon. I have
Good
sent you
afternoon.
my.
Good afternoon.
Yes, sir. I have sent my PPT to you as well as Pratik Shinde, sir.
Okay, sir. Now, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Professor Ramkrishna More College, Autonomous, it is my great pleasure to extend warm welcome to the in of joining the 10 days National Online Capacity Building Program on Research Methodology and Magic of Statistics. Now, I introduce respected Dr. Shivkumar Biradar, sir. It is a academic professional with the background in the economics, finance, and management. Is highly qualified into PhD in economics, in MBA in finance, and MA in economics. Additionally, is hold in net economics. Showcase is expert in this field. Dr. Biradar sir is assistant professor of Harichand Nemachand College of Commerce. He is also been recognized in PhD guide in business economics under the Faculty of Commerce and Management at in Solapur University. His involvement in academic goes beyond the teaching, as he's taken on role such beginning the member of secretary of the academic counseling, Hirachand Nemachand College of Commerce, and the member of board of study is business economics, Rajeshri Shahu Mahavidyalaya in Latur. The participation panel discussion union budget 2015 and 16 in Solapur have the broadcast reflected engagement in public discussion on the economics matter. Dr. Biradar sir has contributed significant to research, 30 research paper to publish his name. Notably, he was awarded first prize to best research paper in the international conference Strategies, Business and Intellectuals in 2016. His commitment to the research in further evidence by his role as a member of pre-review committees and recommendation paper and proceeding the national conference inflationary trade and impact of Indian economy. Dr. Biradar sir has successfully completed the minor research project analytical study of the consumption pattern investment preference of household in Selopur city, in funded by the UGC Grant Commission. It is a term of recognition has received from the award Bhagwan Digambar's awards obtained by the first rank in the Poda Teaching Training Center in Nashik in 1991. He received the Best Student Award from the Pratibhan Teacher Training Center is the same year. Dr. Biradar sir's academic achievement also include the censoring the second rank in Shri Shahu College in Degular. So now extend the experience including the contribution to award make a Dr. Biradar sir notable figure the field in economics to academic. Now Biradar sir, I hand over the session to you. Please our guidance to our participation, sir.
Yeah, very good evening.
Good evening, sir.
Yeah, very good evening. Respected principal of Ramkrishna More College, organizers, faculty members, and dear participants. The session given to me is writing research paper. Proceeding to just before that, you talk about or you discuss about writing research report, right? Pratik sir, could you share my PPT? Present my PPT?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
मी कडनं स्क्रीनशॉट करू.
PPT is visible, sir.
No, sir. PPT is not visible. Now, sir, it is visible.
Yeah, it's visible. So, shall I start, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, respected principal, sir, Dr. Benjamin Lobo, coordinators of the FDP, faculty members, and dear students. Today my topic is writing research paper. So the first of all, we will just have an idea about, because you have discussed enough about the research methods, research methodology, steps, data analysis, writing research proposal, as well as writing research report. So could you just tell me what do you understand by the research? Any one participants? Sir, next slide. What do you mean by research? Sir, next slide. Pratik sir. Or shall I share or present myself? Hello.
Hello.
Yes, sir. So is it convenient to you to present the PPT,
Yeah.
sir?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Fine. So research paper. So far we talk about the research report. Now we are going to talk about the research paper. So what is basically a research paper? A written published report describing original research result. So when you start writing research paper, so first of all, the first steps begins with the reading. And there are some things which have to be considered in mind before writing the paper, because the writing is at the end. First, you have to just start the reading, find the area of interest. Similarly, you have to find the interested topic, then again read and find the research gap, and the journey begins. So the first step of writing research paper is just start reading, and the reading is useful to find out the area of interest. So the first and foremost thing for writing a research paper is to find your interest, because whether it is a research paper, it is a research report, or it is a PhD dissertation, whatever it is nothing but the research. The compilation may be different, the word limit may be different, the formatting may be different, but whether it is a thesis, paper, or report, it is a research. So while doing the research, the first most important thing is your interest. So what should be the consideration while selecting the research topic? So the next slide, sir. Yeah. So the purpose of writing research paper. So what is the purpose? So the first purpose is to understand, communicate significantly. So what is the purpose of writing research paper? So what do you understand? Whatever you understand, whatever you understood out of the journey of research for 6 months, 1 year, 2 years, whatever it is. So it is communicate scientifically to the readers. So whatever you are understanding throughout your research journey, the purpose of writing paper is to communicate to the next party, right? That is the purpose of research. The second is to gain perspective. See, the research process is ongoing. The research is never end process. It is continuously ongoing process, because the research word itself says research, again and again, search for a new knowledge. So the research is unending process. It is a continuous process. So if you want the research to be polished, research to be fine-tuned, so definitely you must acknowledge the different perspective about the research or of your research. So the readers may give you comment, readers may give you feedback, referees may give you suggestions. So you must be a very open-minded to accept it, and again you redo it and publish it. See, so the second purpose of writing research paper is to gain the perspective from different readers, right? The third point is dissemination of research finding and result. So whatever your research finding, whatever your understanding, whatever your perspective, that has to be scientifically, systematically presented to the reader. Sorry. Then, as I said, getting feedback from academic community. When you publish your research, so there are readers, there are academicians, there are research scholars, there are experts in the subject. So they eager to read your findings, they eager to understand your approach, your perspective. So definitely they understand, they read, and again they may are interested to give the feedback. So again, next purpose is to getting feedback from experts or academicians or academic community. Next is having result worth reporting. So many times what happens, whatever your result, whatever your outcome is to be communicated to the society, and definitely the community will get benefit out of it. Sometimes what happen, your outcome, your result is very interested, very outcome oriented, so it has to be passed on to the community. The next is wanting to progress scientific thought. Again, as I mentioned, the research is never ending process, it is continuous process, it is ongoing process. So what is expected is, so if you want some addition, if you want some suggestions, if you want some advice from the experts, so definitely if you want to progress your research, if you want to update your research, and so you need an expert advice, you need an expert comment on your research. So again, the purpose is to communicate what have you done, what have you find it out so far. So the experts will definitely make a comment on it, reaching to a broad audience. So not necessary to be audience, it could be a readers, right? So when you publish your research in a reputed journal, in a good coverage journal, so definitely there are so many subscriptions, there are so many readers, they will just read, they will understand your perspective, they will understand your approach. So the more common purpose is to reach to the large base of audience. And the next one is improving chances of promotion. So obviously, if you are in academics, so for the promotion, you need to have some research papers, you need to have some H index and research credentials. So that is one of the purpose of writing research paper. And unethical to conduct the study and not report the finding. So definitely when you are doing the research, so the research should be first-hand research, should be original. It should be original, it should not be copied from, it should not be plagiarism oriented. So whatever your research is, it should be presented in an original manner and not from the unethical manner. So these are the broad outline, or these are the broad perspective of research. So the next point is, next sir, please sir. So the next is just flow chart. So how your research is going to carry on. The first and foremost thing is define research problem. Now, what is research problem? Research problem is what? Or before that, we can talk about the selection of topic. Selection of topic. So if you could go for a third slide, please. So we will talk and then we will come back to it. So slide number 7. Slide number 7. Yes. So the selection of topic. Yeah. So what should be the care should be taken while selection of the topic? Number one, the researcher should keep the following points in mind. So what are the following points he should keep in mind? The first one, the topic should be suitable for the research. See, the first and foremost thing is, so while selecting the topic, so what you should take care of, so you should consider some constraint, because what is the time period do you have? Whether you have 8 months, 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, whatever it is, whether you are doing the PhD and your target is 3 years, so if you have a timeline of 3 years, you are doing the research proposal or the research report, so you have 2 years to submit. If you are writing a research paper,
your target is for 8 months, whatever it is, whatever it is. So first you consider the constraint, availability of resources. The first resource is time. So what is the time period you have? Second, what are the budget? What is the budget? What is the financial capabilities you have? So what is your budget? How much you spend? How much you can travel? What are the resources? How long you can go for a data collection and all? So these are the areas which you should consider while selection of research topic. You should not take too broad topic, too large topic like a national level, international level. So take a small topic. If you are a beginner, a small topic where you can have a understanding, you have a grip, you have a command over the topic. So only taking a large, huge, big topic, international topic, very technical topic, so that you cannot contribute much in the topic, and you have to be depend upon the other people, other experts to go for it. So first and foremost thing is that you should select the topic which is uh, which you can manage, which you can manage, or in order to manage the topic, or in order to continue the research, you have that much of resources, you have that much of intellectual capacity, you must have that much of reading material, available resources and all that. The second is the researcher should have interest in it. Again, very important topic is, so when you are going for a research, so you have to work on the topic for 3 years, for 2.5 years, or at least 8 to 9 months for writing the research paper. So unless unless until you have interest in it, you cannot go for the research in depth, or unless you find the interest in it, you cannot continue it. So the first and foremost thing is that, so whatever topic you are choosing it, whatever topic you are going for it, the topic must be of your interest. Your topic you should not choose the topic by compulsion of your guide, of your parents, of your faculty members or colleagues, whatever it is. So whoever it may be, so you should find your topic of your interest. So you can find the interest and you can continue the research and you can find something interesting, right? So the second criteria is the topic must be of your interest. Third must be the topic can be fixed in consultation with the colleagues, sorry, it is a spelling mistake, colleagues and experts. So when you are doing the research, or when you are selection of topics, so the topic, initially the topic is very broad, and you should go for just filtering the topic. So filtration of the topic can be done with a thorough review of literature. See, as I said, the beginning of the research is review of literature. So the first thing what you have to do, you have to find the area of interest. So what is your area of interest? So just find whether you are going for a banking or in banking, green banking, whatever your topic, digital banking or green banking, whatever it is the topic. So just find the area of interest. So that is your broad area of interest. And then just go for the review of literature, find the research gap. Now, what is the research gap that I will explain? So whatever the other researcher have work upon, so and any topic or any flaws or any concept which have been not covered by the earlier researcher, that is a research gap you have to identify, and you can do a research upon it. So what I'm trying to say, so when you are fine tune the topic, when you are filtering the topic, when you are shaping up the topic, you can take the help of your colleague, you can take the help of the experts in the field. So definitely that will help you to shape up the topic, right? The next point is the researcher has to narrow it. Sorry, the earlier one. The researcher has to narrow it and define it in an operational form. As I said, the topic is initially the topic is very broad. The topic outline is very wide. So what you have to do? So you have to just narrow it down. You have to just fix it down define it properly with the consultation of experts, with the consultation of colleagues, and most important, with the thorough review of literature. The review of literature is the ultimate guide of the research. Because as you go on reading, your idea of research, your research design, your methodology, the identification of the variable, that gets very much clear. The review of literature will provide you a proper roadmap how your research should process. So the first, I guess there is no need of even research guide. If you have a thorough and proper review of literature, I think your idea of doing research is done, or idea of research is very much proper, right? So this is all about, or this is how to select the topic. So as I said, I will just go on repeat and finish it up about the selection of topics. So the topic must be your interest. The first you identify the broad area of interest, and then you just narrow it down, fine tune, just filter your topic with the consultation of colleagues, experts, and thorough review of literature, right? So the next part is the next part. Next slide, sir. So again, so the next part is the selection of area of interest through the reading. As I said, again, here are the steps. So as I said, so the first and foremost, you have to just read. You have to just read almost for 2 months to identify the area of interest. आपको किसमें ज़्यादा interest है? So your area of interest can be just finalized after thorough reading of 2 months. Then read around the area of interest. Once the area of interest is finalized, then what you do, you read around the area. So once you finalize it is a digital banking, yes, okay, the digital banking is the area of interest. Now the digital, you just move around the digital banking. What are the study, what are the papers, what are the topics which has been covered by the various researchers, right? So the first is finding out the area of interest. Then the second step is to read around the area of interest. And third is find the area which are not explored by the researcher. As I mentioned rightly, so when you start reading about the digital banking, start reading about the green banking, so you definitely come across the various papers, various working papers, various books, where what are the areas which has been covered by the researcher, ongoing researcher or earlier researcher, and what is left out of it. So that will definitely help you to find the research gap. Next is identify a good paper in the area. So once you have finalized the digital banking is my area, so you identify the good paper, good quality paper for a references or for a reading of your research. So the identification of good paper is, again, that can be done through the general reading or review of literature. The next point is write down a point. What am I going to do? So while reading about the digital banking, while reading about the green banking, so you just find out the point, what I can do, what am I going to do, मैं क्या कर सकता हूँ, मेरे लिए क्या scope है. So you just note it down. And the next point is write down 3 to 4 research questions from the area. So now you are coming to the research question. Now, what is research question? What questions you come across? See, the research is ultimately done to answer the questions. Unless you have questions, why are you going to do the research? So you come across the 3 questions, like a green, like say, very simple question. We are talking about the use of digital banking. Digital banking, say my topic is very simple. The usage pattern of digital banking in Sholapur, or the usage pattern of digital banking in Pimpri. So what I am interested in, whether the use of digital banking or usage pattern of digital banking is vary as per the level of education of the respondents, or as per the gender of the respondents, or as per the income of the respondents. I have taken just 3 parameters, like a demographic parameter. whether the usage pattern of digital banking is changing as per the gender, as per the income, and as per the level of education. That is my research question. Whether the usage pattern of digital banking is changing as per the three parameters of demographic variable like gender, income, and level of education. So what I am trying to say, so this process will help you out to find out the research question, and out of that 3 to 4 research question, you can finalize one research question with the consultation of your experts, of your faculty guide, of your colleagues, or if you have a research supervisor and all. So ultimately, finalization of the research question, finalization of the research statement must be in consultation with the supervisor, right? So this is how you should select the research topic, right? So the next slide. So shall we go for the flow chart, sir? So flow chart, yes, earlier one. Flow chart, earlier one. Yes. Now, as I said, the research problem, as I said, research question, research problem. Once, so what was my research question? My research question was whether the usage of digital money or the usage of digital banking is vary with the demographic profile of the respondents like gender, income, and education. So that is my research question. So once you identify the research question, so what you do, so you can review, you can have a review of literature. So review of literature, the review the concept and theories. So what you can do, so what are the such kind of, what are the theories about the digital banking, what are the concepts about the digital banking, or what are the research which has been taken place, which has been done earlier. Some research papers are available, some working papers are available, or some committee reports are available. So you can just have a review and you can just shape out the research problem. You can filter the research problem. You can fine tune the research problem with the review. The review will help you out to find out the research gap. It helps to have an insight of the topic. It will definitely help you to write down the research design. It will help you to finalize your methodology, finalize your statistical tools and techniques for the data analysis. And it is also useful for the result and discussion. So the review of literature is most important in the research. The next, what you can do, you can formulate the hypothesis. Now, what is hypothesis? Hypothesis is a statement. Hypothesis is an assumption which is to be tested. So again, traditionally there are two types of hypothesis: null hypothesis, alternate hypothesis. But now here we are talking about the research hypothesis. So what is my hypothesis is here? As I said, my research problem was what? My research problem was the use of digital money. The use of digital money is whether the use of digital money is vary with the gender, education, and level of education. Now, my hypothesis is, what is my hypothesis? The usage pattern of digital money is independent of gender, or I can say independent of level of education, or independent of income. So this is my hypothesis. I can state 3 hypotheses because there are 3 variables as the demographic variables I am taking. And now this hypothesis is testable. Hypothesis is testable. Hypothesis is quantifiable. So the third step is formulate the hypothesis, and that is the research hypothesis. Now you can talk about the research design. Research design is a blueprint. Research design is a blueprint of your research. How your research is going to be proceed. How your research is going to proceed. So the research design also includes the research methodology. Research methodology talks about what is the pattern of data, whether the research is depend upon primary data, secondary data, what is the sampling methods, what kind of sampling techniques you are using. Similarly, what is your sample size, how you have selected your sample size. Similarly, you can talk about the what are the data analytical tools and statistical tools and techniques, right from the mean, mode, median, measures of dispersion, correlation, regression, cluster analysis, or any test, like whether you are going for a chi-square test, you are going for a t-test, z-test, what are the tests you are going to use, that everything is included in the methodology. Similarly, data collection. Now, once your methodology is final, you have decided that I am going for a primary data. So how you are going to collect the data, whether you are going to collect the data through interview, you are going to collect the data through questionnaire. So the data collection, again, it is important. So the data collection is the next part, and once the data is collected, so the next part is data analysis with testing of hypothesis. Now data analysis, you have a data, you have collected the data from 400 respondents, 500 respondents, 700, whatever it is, as per the research or as per the sample size, you have collected the data, and the data analysis process can be started. The data analysis process must be in line with the objectives, in line with the research problem. So what are the tools of statistical tools and techniques you are going to use in the data analysis? That should be in line with the objectives, right? And the next part is interpretation and discussion, and the last point is finding and conclusion. So this is a broad outline how your research can be proceeded, right? So the broad outline of the research paper is slide number 6. Broad outline of the research paper is, yes, the first is a title page with your affiliation. So the title of your research paper, so the title of the research paper, the title must be self-explanatory. Title जो आपका होता है research paper का title हो या आपके research report का title हो, it should be a precise, it should not be too lengthy, it should be around 10 to 15 words, and it should be self-explanatory. So the first page is title page with your affiliation. So who is a writer? So you are the writer XYZ and associated with XYZ college, your mail ID for correspondence, and आपका contact number, right? So this is the first page. Next is abstract. Abstract is the summary of the research paper. It should be in 250 to 300 word limit. So the abstract is a precise, it should be precise, or it is a center theme of your paper. So the next point is abstract. The third one is introduction. Introduction is about what, why, and how. What is your topic? Why you have selected the topic, and how you are going to continue your research. What are the major expected outcome of the research? That is talk about the introduction. So this we are going to discuss in detail. The next part is review of literature. As I mentioned, the review of literature is utmost important, because the review of literature will give insight to the topic. It will give you a clear-cut idea about the research journey. So that is the most important, and this is a most important guide. Review of literature is the utmost important guide for your research. The next point is research problem. As I said, what is your research problem? Why are you doing the research? Unless you have a problem, you can't undertake a research. So in order to find the solution to the problem, you are doing the research. So you have to find the research problem, you have to identify the research statement, and according to the problem, you must state some objectives of the research. 3 to 4 objectives are good enough. Even for a research paper, 2 to 3 objectives are good enough. For a research dissertation, 4 to 5 objectives are good enough. For a research project, 3 to 4 objectives are good enough. So these are the objectives what you are aiming at. Then in order to make a justice to the objectives, in order to make a justice to the objectives, you have some hypothesis. That is the research hypothesis. It should be a hypothesis is a statement which is to be tested, right? So as I mentioned rightly, what is my hypothesis? My hypothesis is the usage pattern of digital banking is independent of gender, or independent of level of education, or independent of education. That was my hypothesis. It can be tested. Similarly, the research methodology talks about how you have undertaken your research, how your research is going to proceed. The next part is data analysis and discussion. Once the methodology is clear, you collect the data, you analyze the data, you present the data, you cross-tabulate the data interpretation. That part comes under data analysis and discussion. Then the results or findings. So you can find out the result, you can find out the findings, and your paper is concluded with conclusion, and you can cite out the bibliography and references. So these is the general outline of the research. Next section. Next slide. 7 number. Yes. So as I said, so selection of research topic we have just discussed. What should be taken into account? 7 and 8 number slide we have already discussed. Next slide. 9 number. Selection of research topic we have discussed slightly. Nine number slide. Slide number 9. Pratik sir, could you go for slide number 9? Am I audible, sir? Pratik sir. Hello. Sir, could you go for slide number 9?
Audible, sir, audible.
Please.
Hello, sir.
Yes, sir. Please go for slide number 9.
Sir, just a network issue from the Pratik sir side. Can you
Fine.
try your side, sir?
Yes, yes. Just a minute. I will try. Just a minute. My slides are visible.
Sir, your slide is visible. Now your screen is visible. No, your slide is not visible, sir.
Screen is visible. Slide is not. Just a minute. Sir, now it's okay.
Yes, sir. It's okay, sir. Slide you are visible, sir.
Okay, fine. So the selection of research topic, which has been already discussed. Now the next point is title. It's audible, sir.
Yes, sir. You audible, sir.
Okay, fine. So I will proceed. Now, what should be the title? How it should be framed? So the first point is the title should be contain a fewest possible words that adequately describe the contents of the paper. As I mentioned, your title should be self-explanatory. Title should be self-explanatory. Title should not be too long. Title should not be too short. Once the reader go through your title, read the title, the content or the body or the basic problem of the research must be, the title must explain or the title must cite or represent the research problem. So it should be self-explanatory, the point number one. The next is to provide few keywords. So when you go for searching or searching the paper, the title should just provide some few keywords through which it will be helpful for the other researcher or other readers to find your paper from the Google Scholar. So whatever it is online resource, whatever it is the research papers available, so it will be helpful for the researcher to find out the paper. So your title should give some keywords through which the finding research paper from the basket of research paper would be easy, right? The third thing is that the abbreviations to be avoided. Abbreviations to be, suppose I am doing a study on SOC analysis. SOC analysis, strength, weaknesses, opportunities, and challenges. Earlier it was called as SWOT analysis, now it is a SOC analysis. So I should not use the word of SOC. I should go for strength, weakness, opportunity, and threat analysis. Or if I am doing a study on like the SBI bank, so I should State Bank of India, not SBI. So abbreviations to be avoided while framing out the title. The next point is title should be simple. It should be very much simple. Once the reader go through the title should be self-explanatory. Second is it must be attractive. The title should be catchy because the reader go through the title, so he must find the interest. The title should attract the readers. So the title should be catchy, as I said. Then the accurate in describing the thesis statement as well as author's affiliation. So as I said, the first page is talks about your research title and your affiliation. So what is your research title and who is the writer? He is affiliated with so and so college, so and so university, with email address and contact number. So as I again pointed out earlier, mentioned that the title should be self-explanatory, and article with short and catchy titles are better. As I mentioned, the title must be catchy. It must attract more and more readers. So you get more citations, you get more views when your research paper is published online. So if you want more readers, if you want more citations, if you want more viewers, so definitely unless you have a catchy title, that is not possible, right? The next point, as I said, once you select the topic, then you finalize the title. So the third thing is an abstract. So what is an abstract? Abstract is basically, abstract is written last. It is the abstract is often the last item that you write. When a researcher or when a paper, the writer write the abstract at last, but the reader read the abstract first. See, so the abstract should be written at last. Many times what happens, there is a confusion. Many times when there is an international or national conferences, the conferences first ask for the abstract and they later on after 10, 15, 20 days, they ask for the research papers. So that abstract is your tentative write-up. What is your title, how you are going, what are your major objectives, what is your major research problem, how you are going to collect the data, that is methodology, and your expected outcome. But true abstract is written after completion of research, because you have a thorough insight, you have a thorough understanding of your research at the end, not at the beginning. So the abstract is something which is written at last, but read at a first by the readers. So what are the points to be taken into account while writing the abstract? So the first, it should state the central outline of the research. As I mentioned, the abstract should speaks about what is your central theme, what is your central outline, what is your basic research questions, right? Then it should speak about why the research is important in very brief, because you have got a word limit for the abstract. You cannot go for more than 300 words. So introduction, you should not take more words for introduction. For introduction, or why it is important, what is the background. So it should be only for 13 to 40 word limits. So introduction and importance for 2 to 3 lines, that should be speak about. Then state the problem. As I said, one problem, and when you bifurcate the problem, you can have 2 objectives or 3 objectives with the hypothesis. So see, while doing the research, you must remember what happens. Majority of the research papers or majority of the research are, it should be in line, like your research topic. In line with the research topic, you must have a research objectives. In line with the objectives, you must have a research problem. The first is research topic, second one is research statement, that is a research problem. In line with the problem, you must have a 4 to 5 or 3 to 4 objectives. Similar to the objectives, you must have some statement, assumptions, which is to be tested, which is called as research hypothesis. And accordingly, you use your methodology. Accordingly, you analyze the data. Through the data analysis, through the interpretation of the data, your data interpretation must be in line with the objectives, right? So your research paper, your research proceedings, or your research report must follow like title to object, title to problem, problem to objectives, objectives to methodology, methodology to data interpretation. And similarly, based on the data interpretation, data finding, you must have some finding, conclusion, and suggestions. So your suggestion should be again in line with the database you have analyzed the data. The third party suggestion, you cannot propose the suggestion from or imported suggestions. Someone has found something, someone has done the research, and he has given some suggestions. So we just pick it up and I will put the suggestions in our paper. That is not expected. So whatever suggestions, whatever findings you are making, it should be supported by your data. It should be supported by your analysis. So the abstract should speak about title, bit of introduction, gist of research problem, 2 to 3 objectives with hypothesis, inner 1 line methodology, and the last and important thing is with the finding and what is my expected outcome or what are my major outcome with the implications. So that is what is expected. It is a gist. It is a gist, or it is a central outline. It is a broad outline of your research paper, right? So this is all about, this is the second part of your research paper. Then keyword, as I mentioned in the title, your title should provide 2 to 3 or 4 to 5 keywords, because it is useful. The keywords are useful because nowadays the keywords have become more important for the online search. So if I am doing a research on the digital banking, I should give some keywords like a digital banking, green banking. Your paper should specify, or your title should specify some keywords, not like a general words. General words will not help you to find your paper. So if your paper give a specific keyword, from entering the keyword, you can, or the reader can find the paper from online sources, right? So this is about the keyword. So what are the tips? Look at the keywords of your paper theme. So whatever your theme is, you just pick up some keywords, play with these words. So what you do, you must practice, play with these keywords and see whether they return relevant papers. So as I said, if I am writing paper on green banking, digital banking, just put in Google Scholar digital banking, or as an behavioral study, as an exploratory study, whatever it is. So just put some specific keyword on the Google Scholar, in Google search, whether they keywords give you return some relevant paper. So just check it. Then search for your keywords online. would readers find your articles using them? So what is use of the keyword? The use of the keyword is whether the researcher or other researcher are in position to find your papers or not online. So that is all about the keywords. Then the introduction. So what should be included in the introduction of the research paper? So the introduction, it should include summary and significance of the study for the large field of the study. So as I pointed out, introduction is why the research is important. What is the research? The first WH questions. So introduction should answer what is the research, what is a research problem, why the research problem is important. So significance is also important. So it should answer what and why. Even the introduction also include the describe the problem. So I think you must understood the research problems. Unless there is a problem, you can't have a research. Without research problem, you cannot have a research. So research problem, you try to understand the research problem could be state the nature, or the research problem could be the relationship between variables. As I pointed out, that there are two types of research problem. So as I pointed out, now just rightly pointed out, my research problem is whether the digital banking usage pattern of digital banking is vary with the demographic variable of the respondents, whether this, like we use Google Pay, we use Phone Pay, we use net banking, right? So these are the various forms of digital banking. So whether the use of this, usage pattern of this, frequency of use, the usage of this digital form is depend upon the gender, depend upon the level of education, depend upon the locality, rural, urban. So that is my research problem. So the introduction should also describe the research problem. Next, state your contribution. Sometime you must be, or the introduction must speak about what would be your contribution in the research. So these are the research, or these are the research problem, these are the research objectives, and what is your contribution, what you are expected to contribute in the given research. Next is a short review of literature on the research topic. So here what is expected here. So when you are talking about the research introduction, so once you state your research problem, so what you are expected to do, what are the research which has been done earlier on the given topic. So what other earlier researcher has contributed. So that is given under the review of literature. And what is the point which is left out or which has not been covered by the earlier researcher, that we can take as a research question. So here in introduction, you must be able to talk about the review of literature, or the review of literature, what earlier researcher have done and what we are expected to undertake. The issues or questions to be addressed. So what are the issues or what are the research questions we are expected to address, we are expected to talk about in the given research. Statement of hypothesis. Again, statement of hypothesis if applicable. It is not necessary that every research will have a hypothesis, not necessary. Some research may not have a hypothesis, may not have a quantifiable hypothesis. So there is a possibility that some research paper, some research report does not contain the hypothesis. So the statement of hypothesis is expected in the introduction if it is applicable. And the last point which is covered in the introduction is kind of methodology you are going to use in the research. So the research is, the introduction will help you to put your data into a perspective from general to specific. So that is expected in the research, introduction of the research. Now the next point is review of literature. So as I said, now you as a researcher, we are expected to have a relevant and recent reviews. So as I said in earlier phase, so take a review of area of interest, or just go through the review to find the area of interest for 2 months. And once the area of interest is finalized, so read around the area of interest. So what kind of literature you can read? So once your research topic is finalized, you can read relevant and recent paper. So relevant, so as I said, my topic is digital money, so you should read about the digital money or usage pattern of digital money. My topic is not about the development of digital currency or development of digital money. My study is behavioral study, because how people respond, how people use, what are the problems of while using digital money. So this is my area of interest. My study is behavioral, so I should go for the behavioral review of literature, not from the development point of view, not from the banking point of view. My point is, while using the digital money or various forms of money, what are the difficulties, what are the issues, what are the problems, and what is the frequency of use, what is the usage pattern. This is my research area. So I should go to the behavioral pattern. I should go for the descriptive study, not other forms. So this is a relevant research. And the recent means in last 5 to 10 years, because the digital money has flourished after COVID-19. So I should read the paper after in last 4 to 5 years or 5 to 7 years back. So the contemporary study is important. So while doing the review of literature or while writing the review of literature, so the first point is introduction. So what introduction? While writing the review, so the introduction, in introduction you must write research question. What was the research question the particular author has addressed? Number 2, the statement. What was the research statement he has addressed? The second, what was the body of paper? What was the body of research? So the basic research result or the research outcome, what were the discussion or basic arguments the author has done? And the last point is conclusion. The summary of the key points, what is his basic finding and significance of the topic. So while writing the review, so the first is research title, second one is in short statement of the research. In next, what is a broad outline of the methodology, then it's argument, and the last one is concluding, that is key points and significance of the topic. So in that way you can write a review of literature. So the review of literature is useful for, so it is useful for to gain insight into the topic. So research review of literature is useful. Review of literature is useful to gain insight into a topic. Once, see, while doing the research, when you just thinking about the topic, you have a topic in mind, but you do not have a clear idea. You do not have a thorough idea about the topic. What is green banking or what is digital banking? What are the various forms of digital banking? What are the issues? What are the issues from banking side? What are the issues from user side? You don't know. So you just are talking about, I want to do on digital banking, but do not have a thorough idea about the concept. So definitely when you go on reading and reading and reading, so it will have a deep insight about the topic. Number 2, the review of literature is useful to identify the research gap. See, what is research gap? Research gap is again important point while writing your research paper. So what is research gap? Whatever the earlier researcher have done about the topic. So as I said, digital money, so whatever earlier researcher, various approaches, various perspectives have explored by the earlier researcher, so that was done. But what is left out of that? So what is the area about digital money or about the digital banking is not covered by the earlier researcher? That is a research gap you have to identify, and you can take that aspect for the research. So the review of literature is important for identification of research gap. Next point is filter the research question. As I said, the research question is broad earlier, but when you go on reading and reading, so you can filter, you can shape up, you can properly define, precisely define, meaningfully define your research question. So this review of literature is useful for the filtration of the research. Next is to identify the suitable methodology. So what earlier researchers have done, what kind of methodology they have used, what kind of data they have collected, what are the variables they have identified, what tools and techniques they have used, that is also useful for the research methodology or for the identification of the methodology. And you can take some variables, you can take some methodology from the, if the research is relevant, the behavior, as I said, it is a behavioral research or descriptive research. So you can just simply take same methodology, or you can take some part of the methodology for your research as well. And next important thing is to get knowledge about what data and materials available. So review of literature is useful to find it out what are the data which is available. You can again find it out that what are the topics for which the data is not available. So what kind of data is available, where it is available, whether the data is useful, that is useful in advance. Sometime what happens, the research students have take up the topic, submit the abstract, and then they come across the problem that so the data is not available, I'm not able to find it out the data. So that should not happen. So before finalization of the topic of any research, you must confirm that whether the data is available. That is applicable for secondary data. If your research is primary research, first-hand data, then fine, you can go to the market, you can make a questionnaire, you can circulate the questionnaire and you collect the data. But if your research is secondary research based on the secondary data, and if the data is not available, then there is a problem. So ensure that before selection of the topic, the data must be available, reading material must be available. And the last point is to understand the theoretical approach. So again, once you have finalized the topic, so theoretical framework, conceptual framework, the review of literature will help you to understand the conceptual framework of the data. Now, research problem. What is the research problem? As I said, the research problem, clear and specific research problem will create a bridge between the reader and research paper. So your research problem, research, some people say it is a research statement, whether it is a research statement or the research problem, it should be very clearly defined, because the proper research problem, identification of the problem, proper defined research problem will definitely help you to proceed your research with clear-cut guidelines, because you cannot deviate. Your focus is clear. What I am going to do, that is clear in your mind, and that is possible once your research problem is clearly defined. Right? So what is the research statement or the research problem? As I mentioned earlier, there are two types of research problem. One is related to the state of nature and other is related to the relationship between variables. The research problem could be based on the relationship between the two variables, or it could be based on the state of nature. As I said, as I mentioned, my very same problem or the same topic, for example, I take use of digital money. So what is the use of digital money? So 50% people use the digital money, 70% people use the digital money, whatever it is a state, it is a state of nature. But the second is, I'm talking about the relationship between variables. The usage pattern of digital money is independent of gender. So I'm talking about the usage pattern and gender. The usage pattern of digital money is independent of the level of education, or dependent of the level of education, or dependent of the level of education or income level. So that you can talk about the based on the variables. So the research problem could be a state based, or the research problem could be based on the relationship, right? So the research problem should be filtered and defined in a precise manner with the discussion of colleagues and experts. As I said, so I'm audible to all?
Yes, sir, you are audible, sir.
Okay, fine. Thank you. So as I mentioned earlier, the research problem should be filtered, because before uh, thorough reading, my research problem is broad. It is aggregative level. It is a broad level. So after reading or after proper review of literature, I can fine tune, I can filter it out, I can precise it, I can properly define it, clearly define it. So that can be done with the three things. One is discussion with the experts, second is discussion with the colleagues, and third thing is thorough review of literature, right? So the research problem should answer following questions. Number one, what questions are you trying to solve? So as I shared, if there is no research problem, so there is no research. You cannot have a research without research problem. Unless there is a problem, you cannot solve it. Why research? Research is to solve, or research is to find out the solution. So unless there is a problem, what are you doing for? So your research is to for the solution. So the first thing is that what questions are you trying to solve? What is your question, and for what you have undertaken a research? That is number one. Next, what have you found so far? Now, so far you have some review of literature. What have you done? What are the approaches? What are the results so far you come across? The third thing, what are the larger implication of your work? So see, whatever the research you are doing, so what is the large implication of your research? How the research is applicable to the society, beneficial to the society. So what is the implications in a broader perspective that has to be mentioned in the research problem or the research statement? And the research statement also cover the which type of data to be collected. As I mentioned, because everything is in line, everything is your topic, research problem, then objectives, everything is to be line. So what are the type of data? As I mentioned, the first hand data or the second hand data, primary data or secondary data, what kind of data you are going to do? So what is the primary data? Anyone could answer? What is the primary data? Yes. So the primary data is the first hand data. The researcher is originally going to the market and collecting the data. Secondary data refers to the data which is collected by the previous researcher and which is available, readily available in a newspaper form or in a printed material form or in a website, wherever it is. The data which has been collected by someone for their purpose and which is readily available for us, that is called as secondary data. And primary data is the original researcher is collecting the data for their own research from the market, is called as first hand data, or that is a primary data. So the research statement should talk about the problem, the outcome so far, and the proper or the larger implication of the topic. Now, from the research topic or from the research question, you must draw some objective. So as I said, your objective should not be too much. I have found some research paper or some research thesis, there are 9-10 mentioned objectives. Not necessary. You can have 4 to 5 objectives. That is good enough. Objective. So your research objective should be very much specific. It should be measurable, and as I said, the research objective must be a SMART. SMART means it should be a specific, it should be a measurable, it should be a achievable. So the objectives, specific objectives, measurable means quantifiable objectives, and these objectives can be justified during the research or at the end of the research. Means objectives should be answered in the finding. Whatever objective you mention in the, as a research objective, that objective has to be answered, that objective has to be given the solution in the finding or conclusion report. So the objective, they break down the research aim into a smaller. So what is objective? Objective is nothing but whatever your research aim, whatever your research question, that has to be broken down. When you bifurcate your research object, research question, research aim, that becomes objectives. So it should be manageable, Objective should be measurable, objective should be achievable, because that objective, because you must have a research timeline. You have some time space, you have some 3 years, 2 years, whatever. So objective should be taken, which can be justified, which can be achieved in a given time frame. So these are the objectives. Objective should not be too much, too small. Objective should like to understand, to study, to evaluate, to overview, to find it out. So these are the words you can, or these are the words you can add with the beginning of the objectives. Now, as I said, the research hypothesis. So as I said initially, there are two types of hypothesis: null hypothesis and alternate hypothesis. But here we are talking about the research hypothesis. Research hypothesis is a statement that introduces the research question and proposes an expected result. It is an integral part of the scientific method that forms the basis of scientific experiments. Therefore, you need to be careful and thorough when the building of research hypothesis. As I said, the research hypothesis, it is not necessary that every research must have a hypothesis, not needed. Some research are, or it could be done without any hypothesis. So what are the hypotheses of good research? What could be the hypothesis? So the first hypothesis, or the characteristics of good hypothesis, is the hypothesis should be clear and precise to consider it to be a reliable. Means hypothesis, it should be clear, it should not be ambiguous, like it should be precise, it should not be too long. The second is hypothesis should be measurable. Hypothesis should be measurable because quantifiable. Hypothesis can be quantified. So once if the hypothesis is quantifiable, we can test it with the statistical tools and techniques. So in qualitative hypothesis cannot be tested using quantitative data. So that is why if you want the hypothesis to be tested with the statistical tools and techniques, so it should be quantifiable, and the hypothesis should be a rational hypothesis. Then it should be a starting with the relation. So as I mentioned, so hypothesis should be a relation based between two variables. As I said, the usage pattern of digital money is dependent or independent, whatever you can take. It is a dependent of gender, or independent of income, or a dependent of level of education. So it is based on the relationship. That is testable hypothesis, and the hypothesis must be specific and should have a scope for conducting more tests. So the hypothesis should be testable. As I said, it should be quantifiable, and once it is quantifiable, so you can use some statistical tools to test the hypothesis. Now, the research methodology. Now, the methodology in research is defined a systematic method to resolve the research problem through the data gathering using various techniques, providing an interpretation of the data gathered and drawing conclusions. So what is the research methodology? In short, the research methodology is a blueprint of the research. So how your research is going to proceed, right? What kind of data you are going to collect, whether it is a primary or secondary, it has to be mentioned. Next, once the data is identified, yes, it is a primary data. How the primary data is to be collected, whether you are going with the interview or going to the questionnaires, whether it is a structured questionnaires, whether it is open-ended questions or closed-ended questions, whatever it is, how the data is to be collected. Now, the next is you are going to collect the data for a particular sample. So what would be the sample size? What should be, how you talk about, or how you decide the sample size? If the population is very much and the population is heterogeneous, the sample size should be enough large. If the population is homogeneous, the small sample size can work. So basically what you have to mention here is what is your data, what type of data, how the data is to be collected, what is your sample size, what is your sampling methodology, what is your sample you need, and the last one is what kind of statistical tools and techniques, what kind of statistical tools and techniques you are going to use. So again, there is a difference in method and methodology. So as I mentioned, What is methodology? Methodology is a systematic and theoretical approach to collect and evaluate the data. So methodology में हम क्या कर रहे हैं? So in methodology, what is the type of data, how you are going to collect the data, and how you are going to evaluate the data. That is basically talk under the methodology. And what about the methods of the data? Methods means the strategies and techniques. How your research is, what is the strategy to undertake the research? So that is basically covered under the methods, right? So methodology and methods, this is again an essential part of the research paper. And the main part of the research is data analysis and discussion. So many manuscripts are rejected because of the weak discussion. So what happens when you are writing the research paper? Many of the research papers got rejected because of the weak manuscript or weak discussion in the data. So figures and tables are the most efficient way of present the results. So whatever the data you have gathered, you must present the data, you must cross-tabulate the data. That is called as data presentation, data analysis. That could be a cross-tabulation, or that could be through the charts, pie charts, and all those things. And the last one is testing of hypothesis. So in the part of data analysis and discussion, you have to analyze the data as per the objectives given. So the first objective, you can mention 2 to 3 tables for 2 to 5 charts to make the justice to the first objective. So objective 1, so your analysis and discussion goes. Objective 2, analysis and discussion follows. Objective 3, analysis and discussion follows. Accordingly, you have to analyze and discuss the data part, or the whatever the data you have discussed. You can use various statistical tools, right from the averages, whether it is an arithmetic mean, or it is a mode, or measures of dispersion or correlation, regression, simple averages, simple weighted averages. You can use simple percentage. You can use to present the data. You can use cross-tabulation for data interpretation. You can have some charts, some graphs for the interpretation. Similarly, you can have some tests. So the next part is result and finding. So check the following things for the result and finding. How do your result related to the original question? See the result. So we are coming to the concluding part of the writing paper. So the first point, as the first and foremost thing we discussed, is the research question. So your result must be in line with your original research question. So what was your question? The question was whether the usage of digital money is vary with the gender, level of income, and level of education of the respondent. So your finding must answer this. Yes, usage pattern of the digital money is based on the gender. Male respondents are using more digital money than the female, whatever it is result. Or highly educated respondents use more digital money than the lower education. Or you can talk about the age-wise. Yes, above 60 age people do not use the digital money. Young people are using more digital money than the older one. So whatever it is, your finding must answer the research question. Next is, do you provide interpretation for each of your results presented? Whatever your results, whatever your finding must be supported by your data analysis, whatever your table, chart, diagrams, whatever it is. So the finding must be based on your data analysis. Are your results consistent with what other investigators have reported? Again, so this here you have to correlate your paper with the earlier review of literature or earlier researchers. Means your findings or earlier research findings, whether they are matching or they talks about something different. Means your results are in line with the other earlier researcher, or the results are different. So there is no question. It could be different or it could be similar. So the outcome of Pune is different than Sholapur, or Sholapur is different than Pune, or it could be similar, depends. Not necessary to be matched. Next point is, are there any limitations? So whatever your research you have performed so far, so what are the limitations? What limitations you talk about or you have taken into account while doing the research, that has to be mentioned. The conclusion, starting with the brief introduction while you are concluding the research paper. So let's just begin with the introductory part briefly. Then the most significant result, mention the most significant outcome or the result, that is nothing but the answer of your research questions. Finally, the contribution of the study to a larger body of knowledge. So you mention whatever your finding has been mentioned, but how this finding, how this result is going to useful for the society or larger body of knowledge, that has to be mentioned. And one may also mention here the issues of the research study throughout the quarter. So again, you can talk about if you could not find it out the solution of you if something is left it out from your research, so you can find it out the scope for the further research or future research, that has to be mentioned in the conclusion, right? So we have come to the last part of the writing research paper. So there are some do's and don'ts of the research. So far we talk about, right from the beginning, so far we talk about selection of the research topic, then what should be the title, what care should be taken while determining or talking about or defining the titles, how to write the abstract, what should be avoided in the abstract, and what care should be taken while writing the abstract. Similarly, your title should provide some keywords. Similarly, your abstract should also give the keywords so that it would be easy for the researcher or for the researcher to find out your paper online. Then introduction, what should be included in the introduction? It should talk about the what is your research and why your research is important from the society point of view as well as from the academics point of view. Then in introduction, again, while talking about the introduction, you generalize to specify the topic, you filter the topic. Review of literature is also important from identification of research gap, to have a deep insight about the topic, finding out the methodology, get a thorough knowledge about the research topic, and some theoretical approach about the topic which you are going for. Then research problem, how to define a research problem and what is the importance of the research problem. The importance of the research problem is to bridge the gap between reader and research paper. Then what care should be taken while drafting out the research problem. What are the research objectives? Research objective is nothing but bifurcation of the research problem. Once the research problem is formulated, then you can just break it up the research problem and you can go for the objectives. It should be specific, it should be measurable, and it should be achievable. Then, as I mentioned, hypothesis. Hypothesis is a statement which is to be tested, or it is a quantitative statement which is to be tested. So it is not necessary that every research paper or the research article must have a hypothesis. Some research paper can have a hypothesis, or some research paper may not have a hypothesis. But hypothesis, what should be the hypothesis? The hypothesis must be in line with the research problem. And once the hypothesis is tested, it should answer the research problem, right? So methodology, how your research is going to be proceed, what kind of data, how your data is going to be collected, what is the sample size, what are the tools and techniques which are going to use. Then we talk about the difference between methods and methodology, and what should be the cover, what should we cover under the data analysis and discussion, that is the main body of the knowledge. And lastly, we talk about the results and finding and conclusion. So with this, I would like to conclude my presentation, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you
I wish
for a
all the
wonderful
best for
session.
writing papers. Yes, and regarding this, if you have some doubts, queries, so I will be able to answer.
Okay, any participation, any doubts, and any queries about the research paper writing?
Sir, I have a doubt.
Yes, ma'am.
Like you said, it is not it is not required to have hypothesis in every research.
Yes.
But there should be a problem statement in every research, right?
Yes, yes, yes.
But if it is a descriptive research, then too there need to be a problem. Like
Yeah,
if we are searching for something.
in every research, madam, because to begin with the research, why you have undertaken a topic for the research, so that journey starts from your research questions. Unless you have a research question, you cannot have a research topic. Because what is research topic? Research topic is to find out the solution for the problem, right? So unless you have a problem, you cannot have a research. So the research problem is a prime condition for the research. But once it is for the testing of hypothesis, so what happens? Testing of hypothesis, there are various types of research. So in a testing of hypothesis, unless the variable is quantifiable, unless the variable is measurable, so you cannot quantify the variable or you cannot quantify the data, so you cannot test the hypothesis in a statistical manner. So what I am trying to say, so it is not necessary that every research have a hypothesis, but every research must have a research problem, because unless you have a problem, you cannot have a research. But what you do under the research, you find the solution to the problem. So if there is no problem, so what are you doing in research? Or what kind of research you are doing? So that is
Yes.
the problem.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, sir.
How are you, sir?
Good evening, sir.
Yeah.
मुझे I haven't any question, but sir, my suggestion is there should be a journal for we people, so that we can publish a research article in that research journal.
So what my suggestion is, if you are a beginners, so go for a simple journal. Don't go for ABDC journal. Don't try to for a Scopus journal. So it's just start with conferences, start with seminar proceedings. So you will definitely have some confidence, and if you have a grip on the writing, if your writing is become more attractive, more fruitful, then definitely you go for a journal. So my suggestion is try to go for a conferences, write a paper,
Okay.
submit to conferences, wait for the shortlisting, present the paper, get the comment of the experts, then improve it, and submit to the journals. So the first thing for the beginner is to begin with conferences and seminars, then go for the journals. Because what happens, abruptly you write for the journals, because the journals expectations
And
are.
one more,
Hello, sir. Hello, sir.
Yes.
I have a query. We are the beginners in research. My question was that a beginner should start with literature review, but there is a question within the question. What about this literature review? How to do this literature review for a beginner? I mean, thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. See, as I said, what is your area of interest? What is your area of interest?
Yes, sir. Macroeconomics. I want to do something in macroeconomics.
Macroeconomics is a very, very, very broad area, sir. In macroeconomics, what is your interested concept where you are interested to do the research?
Yes, sir. Inflation, sir. Inflation.
Yes. So inflation is your area of interest, or inflation is a concept where you would like to do the research, right?
Exactly.
Now you read about the inflation. There are various working papers available on the RBI's website. So they have worked upon the inflation for last 10 years. Last 10 years, they talk about the consumer price indices. They talk about the wholesale price indices, limitations of wholesale price indices, the inflation work upon the WP wholesale or the inflation based on the consumer price indices. They have work upon. So this is the review of literature. You can just go through it, and once you have a thorough reading, so your mind will automatically start thinking about the research topic. So what is review of literature? So once you find out the inflation as your area of interest, so there are n number of papers available on the RBI website, as well as it is available on the Google Scholar. Google Scholar, www.googlescholar.com. So you just go type the inflation, the measures of inflation, limitations of inflation, inflation in India. You just point it out some keywords. So you have a n number of research paper, and once you have a thorough reading, definitely you will have some ideas about the research, and automatically your research question starts in your mind, and which will automatically shape it up.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Welcome.
Any question? Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Take a wonderful session. Now, a vote of thanks, ladies and gentlemen.
Before that, I would like to thanks Ramkrishna More College Principal Dr. Benjamin Lobo sir, coordinators, and all organizer team for giving me an opportunity to present myself on the writing research paper. So thank you once again, Team Ramkrishna More College, Pune. Thank you very much.
Welcome, sir. Respected Dr. Shivkumar Biradar, sir. Distinguished guests, faculty members, dear participation, I stand before you with a heartful gratitude and appreciation as we conclude the 10 days online capacity building program on research methodology and magic of the statistic. It has been great and actual simultaneously enriching experience for all us. The thank you, valuable guidance and expert, our esteemed resource person, Dr. Shivkumar Biradar. Dr. Shivkumar Biradar is commendable. Advancing research methodology and statistics is left to mark to on each participation, and including explanations, insightful examples, and practical sessions take a path of understandings of interactive the world data interpretation in social science. The depth of knowledge of sharing during this program has not only the theoretical but understanding Apple's equipment gives the practical tools and techniques in meaningful research. Your passion, your subject matter, and dedication to the forecasting spirit inquiry among us have been truly inspiring. On behalf of Professor Ramkrishna More, Arts, Commerce and Science College, Autonomous Akurdi, Pune, and our respected principal, Dr. B.G. Lobo sir, respected Vice Principal, Dr. Sonawane sir, and Registrar sir, Dr. Jende sir, I extend to sincerely gratitude Dr. Shivkumar Biradar sir for beginning guideline the for force behind the enlightening journey. We are grateful the and ICCR sir Mumbai for the sponsoring making 10 days online national capacity building program from the possibles. To the organizing committee, faculty member and sports staffs, collective efforts have to faculty smooth functioning this program. Thank you for your hard work and the dedication, sir. Once again, thank you, Dr. Shivkumar Biradar, sir. Take a wonderful session, and thank you for all the active participation, enthusiasm of this program. Now, start the valedictory functions. Just 1 minute, sir, and now I start the valedictory function. Once again, good evening, everyone, and ladies and gentlemen. It's with the great pleasure and honor to that we gather here today to mark valedictory function of the 10 days online national capacity building program on research methodology and magic of the statistics, organized by the Professor Ramkrishna More, Arts, Commerce and Science College, Autonomous Akurdi, Pune. In this program has been significant aim to enhancing research skills and the statistical our participation, and we delighting to have the opportunity to share academic journey with each and everyone's. Now, ladies and gentlemen, our respected principal Lobo sir, I would like to invite our principal sir, Dr. B.G. Lobo. Please share some few words as participation, sir. Dr. B.G. Lobo sir, I hand over the session, sir.
Before my words, I request participants to give some feedback because feedback is very important to understand what you learn, what is output of this program. Then I will go through my words. Please, I request participants to give the feedback, real feedback. If there is output, then we continue such type of programs because without your feedback, we cannot proceed. So please, I request participants to speak some words, give the real feedback, then we proceed.
Dr. White sir, please give.
Yes.
Yes, sir, please.
Yes. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, you are.
Yes, sir.
I, Dr. Wahid Ahmed, working
Hello.
as G.
Yes, sir.
I, Dr. Wahid Ahmed, working as assistant professor in GTC Baramula, J&K, UT. Respected principal sir, officiating principal, vice principal, congratulations to all organizing team. Congratulations to course coordinator. Congratulations all team and organizing committee for 10-day national online capacity building program on research methodology and the magic of statistics from 26th Feb to 6 March 2024. All the speakers of this course, faculty development course, are need to admired for their valuable contributions in the forms of informative talks which kept us engaged throughout the different sessions. Thank you for memorable presentations. I feel that these presentations will remain with us for the rest of lives and will help us to grow professionally. Some glimpses of technical sessions were, and the famous resource persons were literature review in social sciences by Dr. Rajesh Boiti, research designed in social sciences by Dr. Kiran Magani, method of data collection in social sciences by Dr. Kronal Manjani, statistical method for data analysis in social sciences by Dr. Shantram, and some practical sessions were organized in this faculty development program. Statistical package for the social sciences from basic to advanced by Arvind Biradar, data interpretation writing by Dr. Kilas. In this session, we came to know about statistical methods for data analysis. Statistical methods like mean, standard deviation, regression, hypothesis testing, sample size determination, and parts of a report like title page, table of contents, introduction, findings, conclusions, and bibliography, etc. And Dr. Pratik Sindhi, coordinator, faculty development program, characteristics of highlighted some main topics like characteristics of good research, structure of research report, research process, flow chart, research problems, literature review, topic, selection, title, introduction, research objectives, etc. At the very utmost, I would like to thank the coordinators, organizers, and the speakers from different professional areas that enlightened all of us of the latest in the field of education, research, teaching practices, and for an overall development for developing competencies in the related field. This faculty development program offered a comprehensive and interactive platform for all the participants participants, faculty to enhance their professional skills, pedagogically competencies, and research capabilities. By participating in this program, I feel we all have meaningfully to the academic environments of which we are part. Thank you all, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Now, anyone participants? Sukraj Singh, sir. Sukraj Singh, sir. Now, any participation, please give the feedback.
Sir, I would like to give a suggestion rather than just for future workshops. So we had a session on data interpretation yesterday, and it was the talk was really good. But if we could actually get a practical or methods how to interpret, like we were shown these are the different interpretations, but how to do it, if that was also told along with it, it would have been more fruitful.
Okay.
It was more theoretical.
Yes.
And secondly, regarding the SPSS, so the speaker was not very prepared, and the sessions were not fruitful because of the lack of preparation.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. Next time we will take care of it.
नमस्कार सभी को। मैं संतोष कुमार शर्मा, अलवर राजस्थान से, रिसर्च स्कॉलर हिस्ट्री इतिहास विषय में। मैं जो है सभी आयोजकों को विशेष रूप से अमोल सर को, प्रतीक शिंदे सर, और जिन्होंने भी इस 10 दिवसीय ऑनलाइन कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग प्रोग्राम को आयोजित करने में और पूरे भारत के अलग-अलग राज्यों के रिसर्च स्कॉलर, फैकल्टीज को एकत्रित करने में जिन्होंने महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाई है, उनको दिल से सलाम करता हूँ। भारत के अलग-अलग राज्यों के सभी रिसर्च स्कॉलर्स, फैकल्टीज की तरफ से आयोजकों को बहुत-बहुत साधुवाद देता हूँ और उम्मीद करता हूँ कि आगे भी ये सिलसिला चलता रहेगा। सीढ़ियाँ उन्हें मुबारक हों जिन्हें छत तक जाना हो, हमारी मंजिल तो आसमान है और रास्ता हमें खुद बनाना है। जब भी ऐसा कार्यक्रम होता है और जब वह समापन की तरफ आता है, तो यह अवसर बड़ा ही दुखद होता है, क्योंकि 10 दिन का समय अब हमारे लिए ऐसा जुड़ाव हो जाता है, और जिस यात्रा पे शोध की हम निकले हैं, मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि ये 10 दिवसीय वर्कशॉप हमारे आगामी शोध यात्रा में बहुत लाभदायक होगी, और निश्चित रूप से हमारे ज्ञान में थोड़ी बहुत तो सभी के निश्चित रूप से वृद्धि हुई है। जब हम इन वीडियोज़ को दोबारा देखेंगे, समझेंगे, तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि ये 10 दिवसीय वर्कशॉप हमारी आगामी शोध यात्रा को निश्चित रूप से जो है लाभदायक बनाएगी, और इसका हमें बहुत ज़्यादा फ़ायदा मिलेगा। एक बार पुनः आयोजकों को भारत के अलग-अलग राज्य के सभी रिसर्च स्कॉलर्स की तरफ से धन्यवाद देता हूँ। बहुत-बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you.
Any participation?
Yes, sir. So Dr. Ritika Maurya here. First of all, I would like to congratulate the whole team for organizing this wonderful workshop, and also congratulations for this great success. And sir, actually, I have some few suggestions for further workshops. First, I would like to say that the session that was conducted on R, if possible in future, whenever you get again such kind of workshops which is funded by ICSR and all, or any other agency, I would like to would attend if that would be conducted wholly on R, because we know that nowadays R is much more popular, and SPSS have some limitations because of the license and all. So if that possible, it would be very appreciable. And second one, if possible, then please try to again organize a workshop on qualitative research that would be focused only on qualitative research, because many times it happens that so many workshops are being organized in the name of quantitative and qualitative analysis, but the focus is always remain on the quantitative
aspect, and the qualitative gets neglected, or maybe some 1 or 2 sessions are just devoted towards qualitative analysis, and that gets neglected. So it would be very helpful for us if fully devoted workshop on qualitative analysis will be conducted in near future. So that was my suggestion. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good evening, sir, and all dignitaries and scholars. सर ये जो 10 दिवसीय जो ऑनलाइन कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग प्रोग्राम रहा ये काफ़ी अच्छा रहा सर, बट सर इसमें जो भाषा संबंधी मैंने सर कल आपको बताया था अमोल सर आपको, बट सर इसमें जो भाषा संबंधी सर दुविधा हुई है सर, अगर इसे अगली बार इसे अगर ध्यान रखा जाए तो मुझे लगता है और बेहद अच्छा प्रोग्राम हम सभी स्कॉलर्स के लिए साबित हो सकता है।
जरूर मैम, हम लोग जरूर कोशिश करेंगे कि ये हिंदी भाषा में हो, ना कि इंग्लिश भाषा में हो। इसके रिगार्डिंग हम लोग जरूर कोशिश करेंगे। और रितिका मैम, चेरी मैम, थैंक यू सो मच, गिव द वंडरफुल फीडबैक ऑफ आवर सेशंस। जो भी आपने सजेशन दिए हैं हम लोग ध्यान में रखेंगे और इसे ध्यान में रखते हुए नेक्स्ट सेशन को हम लोग ऑर्गेनाइज करेंगे। नाउ आई वुड लाइक टू डॉक्टर बीजी लोबो सर, प्लीज say the few words for the session.
I would like to thank first ICSSR for giving the grant for this program. First time Professor Ramkrishna More College is organizing such a 10 days this capacity building program. So this is our first time. So I requested participants to give the suggestions because next time we will do better. So we are on the path of give you better, serve you better. So next time we will take care regarding your suggestions. I would like to thank Dr. Wajid Sheikh, then Chris Bindra, your suggestions are noted. Then Santosh Kumar Sharma ji, then Ritika Moria ma'am, regarding the research we will propose for this type of workshop in the next. Then Soni Kaushal ma'am. So all your suggestions are welcome and valuable. So on the behalf of PDA, Pune District Education Association, Professor Ramkrishna More College, and our all the authorities and our previous principal, Dr. M.G. Chaskar, who encouraged us to conduct this program. Now he is working as a Vice-Chancellor of SWAMI RAMANAND TEERTH Marathwada University, Nanded. We encourage this program, so we applied for that and we get first time the grant from the ICSSR. So I would like to thank all the participants because we never expected this much of quantity or this much of people or participants we will receive. So there is an overwhelming response for this 10-day workshop. So thank you all for believing us, showing faith on us and helping us to proceed in the journey of research. So thank you all of you. And I would like to thank also our CDC member, College Development Committee member, and Professor Dr. Rashmi More. She is working as the head of Department of Zoology. She is with us. So I would like to thank ma'am also for sparing some valuable time. So thank you all of you for giving such a wonderful response and a wonderful feedback. Next time we will take care of your feedback and definitely we will conduct a better research workshop than this. Thank you all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I would like to Dr. Pratik Shinde, sir. Please give the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Matara sir. Respected Principal Dr. B.G. Lobo sir, Vice Principal Dr. H.B. Sonawane sir, CDC member Professor Dr. R.A. More ma'am, Head of the Department Professor S.L.Bhoi sir, OS Mr. Jhende sir, faculty member and participants. It is with immense pleasure and gratitude that here I present extend my heartfelt thanks on behalf of PDS Professor Ramkrishna More Arts, Commerce, Science College, Akurdi, Pune, for the successful completion of the 10 days National Capacity Building Program on research methodology and the magic of statistics. First and foremost, our sincere gratitude goes to the Indian Council for Social Science Research, ICSSR Mumbai, for their sponsorship. without which these programs would not have been possible. Your support, ICSSR support has been instrumental in forecasting academic growth and excellence. We are honored to have had the best wishes from Honorable Vice-Chancellor Dr. M.G. Chaskar sir. Sir, your insightful best wishes for our valedictory function have been source of inspiration for all of us. Your guidance and encouragement have added immense value. A special mention for the appreciation goes to our principal, Dr. B.G. Lobo sir, whose vision and leadership have smoothed the way for academic excellence. Your support and commitment to the growth of our institution and the development of our student is truly commendable. I extend my gratitude to our Vice Principal, Dr. H.B. Sonawane sir, CDC member, Professor More Madam, HOD, Professor Bhoi sir, and OS Mr. Jhende sir for their efforts and support in organizing these programs smoothly. Your dedication to the academic community is truly admirable. Also, I also want to express my sincere thanks to all the faculty members who have contributed their time and expertise to make these programs successful. Your commitment to imparting knowledge and forecasting a spirit of inquiry in the true command. Last but not least, heartfelt thanks all the participants who actively engage in the program, contributing a meaningful discussion and enhancing our all-our learning experience. Your dedication are driving force behind the success of these 10 days National Capacity Building Program. In conclusion, let us carry forward the knowledge gained during this program and continue to contribute to the field of research methodology and statistics. We look forward to more such collaborative efforts in the future. Thank you once again, and may the spirit of the research and learning continue in increase our academic community. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much.
Sir, you are muted, sir.
Now I am concluded. Now I would like to Dr. Chaskar sir, please share the few words our to participation.
No, sir. Just listen. I just listen, and just I'm giving the at the end best wishes because Ramkrishna More College Principal Lobo sir and his team did a fantastic.
Actually, sir, in car, so some network issue in the car. Just wait in 2 minutes. Sir, your voice is not audible, sir. Please wait for 5 minutes. Dr. Chaskar sir is on again rejoining the session. Now I like to introduce Dr. M.G. Chaskar sir. The M.G. Before proceed the future, I would like to express sincerely gratitude our chief guest, Dr. M.G. Chaskar, Hon'ble Vice-Chancellor of SWAMI Ramanand, TEERTH Marathwada University of Nanded. Dr. Chaskar sir is a career make a significant contribution to the field of education and research, make a presence of today truly special. His visit experience as a member of the Indian Chemical Society, he has a role shaping the national education policy in the Maharashtra state, and the fellowships and research and globally our treatment in the dedication of our academic committees. We are privileged to have Dr. Chaskar sir share the inciting and wisdom us today. We are eagerly look to forward as addressing. Sir is on car. Some face a network issue in car. So please wait in 2 minutes, and in 5 minutes, the sir join us in our program. Thank you.
Pratik sir, do we have to give a feedback?
Yes, ma'am.
सर अभी आएगा
फीडबैक फॉर्म सर्टिफिकेट
ग्रुप में नहीं आएगा मैम। मैम ग्रुप में फीडबैक फॉर्म नहीं आएगा, ये फाइनल ओवरऑल फीडबैक फॉर्म है। जो भी सेशन अटेंड करेंगे उनको ही ये मिलने वाला है, क्योंकि बहुत सारे लोग सेशन अटेंड नहीं करते हैं बट फीडबैक फॉर्म भरते हैं। तो मैं अगेन आई लिंक द सेंड इन द अवर गूगल मीट।
गूगल में सर यहाँ पे भेजा है?
हाँ मैम, यहाँ पे भेजा है मैंने।
सर क्या दोबारा?
हाँ मैंने शेयर किया है मैम।
ओके ओके गॉट इट।
भरने के बाद उसका स्क्रीनशॉट भेजना है क्या सर इसमें?
सर फॉर्म भरने के बाद स्क्रीनशॉट ही भेजना है क्या आपको?
एक्चुअली थैंक यू ऑल द पार्टिसिपेशन। मैं यहाँ पे घोषित करता हूँ कि 10 डेज कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग प्रोग्राम यहाँ पे खत्म हो गया, और आपका बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया कि आपने ये 10 दिन आपने एक वंडरफुल सेशन को ज्वाइन किया, और ताकि ये हमारा प्रोग्राम आपको पीएचडी में, एपीआई में या बहुत सारे फ्यूचर में काम आएगा। और थैंक यू ऑल पार्टिसिपेशन। थैंक यू सो मच।
थैंक यू सर। थैंक यू सर।
सर जी
Thank
एक
you.
बात
Thank you
बताए
very much.
कि सर एक बात बताए, जैसे कोई मान लो कि 1-2 असाइनमेंट नहीं कर पाता है तो उससे क्या दिक्कत होगी?
उससे कोई दिक्कत नहीं होगी सर, हम आपके साथ जुड़े हुए हैं। आपको जो भी दिक्कत आई है उसे हम लोग जरूर आपके साथ पूरा करेंगे, और आपके सारे असाइनमेंट कंप्लीट करके हम लोग आईसीएसआर को भेज देंगे सर।
We are always here to help you, don't worry.
थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू सर।
सर एक रिक्वेस्ट और है।
ये प्रैक्टिकल वाले असाइनमेंट करने में थोड़ी दिक्कत आ रही है, बाकी तो कर दिए सर।
जी जी
सर एक रिक्वेस्ट और है, जो असाइनमेंट भेजे थे उनके अगर हमें सॉल्यूशंस मिल जाएंगे तो इट विल बी वेरी हेल्पफुल। अगर हमारा कहीं कुछ गलत हो रहा है तो हाउ वी कैन करेक्ट इट।
डेफिनेटली मैम, जो भी प्रैक्टिकल सेशंस है उसके सारे आंसर आउटपुट आपको मैं सेंड कर दूंगा, और जो भी आपकी स्कोर कार्ड है आपका जो भी असाइनमेंट का, वो भी एक्सेल शीट में आपको मैं शेयर कर दूंगा।
ओके सर, थैंक यू सो मच।
थैंक यू।
थैंक यू।
एक्सक्यूज मी सर, एक और रिक्वेस्ट थी। एक्सक्यूज मी सर।
यस मैम।
सर वो SPSS के सारे तीनों दिन के लेक्चर्स मिल जाएंगे क्या?
हाँ मिल जाएंगे मैम, मैं ऑलरेडी कह चुका हूँ कि सारे
यस सर।
सेशन आपके ईमेल आईडी पे, सारे पीपीटी आपके ईमेल आईडी पे, सारे वीडियोस आपके ईमेल आईडी पे, और साथ ही साथ ई सर्टिफिकेट आपके ईमेल आईडी पे हो जाएगा सर।
यस सर।
ओके थैंक
थैंक
यू
यू
सर
सो
अगर
मच सर।
सर्टिफिकेट चाहिए तो कॉलेज में आके ले सकते हैं सर?
हाँ डेफिनेटली मिल सकता है।
तो उसके लिए फी नहीं पेड करना है ना सर?
हाँ हेलो, यस सर यस डेफिनेटली।
नहीं सर, उसके लिए फी पेड नहीं करना है ना, 100 रुपीज?
एक्चुअली अगर आप कॉलेज में आके सर्टिफिकेट ले रहे हो तो उसके लिए कोई भी फीस पे करने की जरूरत नहीं है। जैसे कि वाहिद सर कश्मीर में रहते हैं, वो तो कॉलेज आ नहीं सकते, तो उनको तो मुझे बाई पोस्ट से भेजना पड़ेगा, तो उसके
थैंक
लिए
यू सर।
पोस्टल चार्जेस है, और ये पोस्टल चार्जेस के लिए सिर्फ 100 रुपीज चार्ज किए, इसकी वजह से कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं। कॉलेज आके जो लेना चाहता है वो ले सकता है, जिनको बाई पोस्ट चाहता है वो हम लोग पोस्ट कर देंगे। थैंक यू सो मच
जी
एवरीवन।
थैंक यू
सर
सो
कॉलेज में
मच।
आपको सर कॉलेज में आके कब कलेक्ट करने का है सर सर्टिफिकेट?
विद इन वर्किंग आवर्स में आप आइए सर, विद इन वर्किंग आवर्स में आपको मैं हैंड ओवर कर देता हूँ सर।
ठीक है सर।
ओके थैंक यू।
तो
थैंक यू।
ग्रुप में सारी नोटिस मैं शेयर कर देता हूँ, उसके लिए कोई भी चिंता मत कीजिए, मैं आपके साथ जुड़ा हूँ। जब तक सर्टिफिकेट नहीं मिलता है तब तक ग्रुप लेफ्ट मत कीजिए। मैं आपके सारे डाउट्स और सारे क्वेरीज है ना, मैं विद इन 9th मार्च में कंप्लीट करके आपको सर्टिफिकेट हैंड ओवर करता हूँ। थैंक यू।
जी सर, आपका सर जो ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का वर्क था सर, ये मतलब मोस्ट वंडरफुल, मतलब सिर्फ टाइम पे
थैंक यू मैम, थैंक यू सो मच।
सर
Thank you, sir. Once again, I appreciate your efforts.
थैंक यू सर।
You have
हेलो
worked really hard for this.